Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the SimGrid YouTube channel. For the day is here finally, the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals Round 1, bringing you live coverage of all of the action here from the 3 hours of Silverstone coming up very, very shortly. But it's been 10 communities qualifying their way to represent themselves onto the finals here just now, and of course I can't do things by myself here at Silverstone, so I am absolutely delighted to make a very warm welcome to somebody I've wanted to work with for a very long time. It's the one, the only Mr. David Addison. David, welcome along.
David, thank you very much. It is a great honour as ever to be invited into the sim community for what promises to be a really fascinating race of 3 hours, and also an interesting qualifying session coming up shortly. But the race itself promises to be fascinating just because of the nature not only of the entry, not only because long races always offer so much, but because of the nature of Silverstone as well, because it's a circuit that, although people sometimes criticise because it's flat, it has an awful lot in it. Some really fast bits, some really tight and technical and twisty bits, and therefore getting the right setup, getting the right car is absolutely crucial, because a car that works well through some of the slower corners may not have the absolute speed on the faster parts of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So we're in for a really interesting 3 hours, that's for sure.
We certainly are. So many bits to pick up on that as well. Of course, it's a multi-class championship that we are going to be watching here. GT3 cars taking part as well as GT4 cars. We have got that qualifying about to start very, very shortly. We will be doing the top 10 shootout for both the GT3s and the GT4. So we'll do one qualifying session, and then the top 10 from each class will then go through to a top 10 shootout to decide the pole for our race in that GT3 and GT4 class. But the main push of today has to be the 10 communities that these teams and drivers have all been racing to represent, of course, through the past couple of months. They are VGTR, you've got SOP as well, you've got the SimZone in there, QRT Esports, Trackalicious, Lightspeed Racing, SimZone, DC Sim Racing, just to name a few of them. And as you said, David, it's slightly unusual where we're maybe more a little used to commentating and looking out for the teams that are involved, but the push on this event very much on those groups and those communities where the teams hang out.
Yeah, indeed, and it's good to see some different names, isn't it, coming through? It's good to see different combinations of drivers for a race like this being formed, and as ever, where it's not just down to you. I think I'm right in saying this actually is the first time I'll have done a multi-driver esports race, even though I've done quite a few of the SRO ones. It's always been single drivers. Here, for a change, it's going to be a case of looking at different drivers and how they all gel as a combination, making sure they don't make mistakes, just like it would be in the real world. So it has an awful lot in store, and a good mix as well of GT3 and GT4 cars, and that means that the traffic element is going to be key, partly in qualifying as much as the race, of course, with quicker cars having to be mindful of the traffic having to be mindful not to get in the way. And talking of GT4, it's all rather Alpine dominated, isn't it?
It absolutely is. So since the latest update here in Assetto Corsa Competizione, drivers always happy to jump on the advantage and get split seconds here or there wherever possible. And it's just turned out that the GT4 seems to be the perfect mix of speed, balance and precision just now. It likely changes all the way through. So, as further updates come through, I'm sure that will be changed as well. But for just now, we saw this on the GT4 playoffs just a couple of weeks ago. That was the case. It was all GT4s through that. And without any further ado, it looks like we've got GT4s queuing up at the end of pit lane. And it looks like we're away to get some action out there on track. But again, there is a nice little mix there for the GT3s there as well, David. And one thing that you did mention there at the start was about Silverstone. And you're absolutely spot on when you said it's got its haters, I think is a way to paraphrase it here. But with the GT3 mix and the GT4s out there today, I think it's going to prove what an absolutely iconic circuit this is, because you've got that perfect mix of long, fast straights and tight, twisty, technical corners. Throw in some traffic into the mix, and I think you've got the recipe for a fantastic, fantastic afternoon.
Yeah, the other thing about Silverstone is, and again, people don't really accept this sometimes, is that it's very wide, and that means that you can overtake, especially in single-seaters. You know, you often think of slicks and wings single-seater racing as not being that exciting, but Silverstone with a long lap and the ability to tow does generate good racing. GT racing never has that problem. There's always good fights, whether it's in esports or real-world GT racing, and what almost looks like a round of the Alpine Europa Cup sets off, doesn't it, as the Alpines pour out. GT4 qualifying goes first, so they get just under 10 minutes, although the top 10 will then go into a shootout with the top 10 GT3 cars at the end of the session.
And just on that note as well, you would have thought that as all of the GT4 cars leaving together in one group, there's always that little bit of strategy that comes into the play with qualifying as well. Do you want to try and keep on to the train in front, or do you want to just get a little bit of clean space and get in a lap time that you know you're capable of? Because while the draft might be very tempting, for sometimes that can actually be a little bit of a hindrance here at Silverstone with the speeds that these Alpines able to reach. Although it's not mind-numbingly fast, it is still fantastically fast in these little GT4 cars, and the slipstream is quite powerful here. And I've got to say, I do, grow very, very fond of the Alpines. Since the previous updates, they weren't seen so much in the GT4s, and I think they're just such a quirky little addition to, especially when you see the GT3s out there. They're bigger, badder, bolder brothers out there on the track, and these things look like almost like little Japanese K-cars.
What I quite like about the Alpine, and I say this in real world broadcasting, is that it's actually a nod to the heritage of the car. You can see that 1960s Alpine shape, the A110 in there, as much as it's a modern car. So it's got a nod to the heritage, a bit like a Porsche. You can always look at a Porsche and trace its roots back to 1960 something, whereas with the Alpine it's a little bit the same. But in terms of whether people need to keep out of the way, get themselves some clear track space, well, jury is out, isn't it? Because there's an absolute swarm of them coming down Wellington Straight right now, and nobody's seeming to want to really run on their own. They're quite happy being in the pack. As you look at number 117 there, the car which is at the head of the queue, and that's, I think it's going to be probably one of the first to offer up any representative time, although also pressing on right now is 303, the Villa Sincana car. That's good for the first over the timing line, isn't it? So improved lap times will be offered up as we get through the session here. So 2:11 is the one we'll be looking at out of Cobb's Corner, and that has Jan-Marcel Dietrich at the wheel. 1 and 2, I think, still being shown as in the pit lane, so the road's going to get even busier, isn't it, as the session unfolds?
Yeah, for sure. So the cars that are still appearing in pit lane, I believe, are going to be your GT3 cars. Now, with the Assetto Corsa Competizione, it doesn't separate out the classes for us just now while it's on display. So the ones that are displayed in pit, I would hope anyway, are going to be our GT3 cars. That will change in about a minute's time once we start getting the times in. But as you said, watching Jan-Marcel Dietrich here for Wipperman Racing, making his way round the circuit just now, coming down into that complex then, that fantastic complex just towards the end of the lap here. And again, it's one of those circuits that absolutely bamboozles me as a commentator so many times, a little bit like Spa here on the Assetto Corsa Competizione, because you go to build up the excitement on the start of a race and always end up realising that you've got the wrong start line, and then have to sheepishly then wait for another 15 seconds while they head round to the other side of the track. But I don't think the drivers are going to have too much of that problem here today, David.
No, they're going to be absolutely focused on where that start-finish line is, or start-finish area, because Silverstone, like many circuits, has the start and the finish line in a different place for the regulations of needing to have the first corner within a given amount of space from the timing line. It's all terribly convoluted how these regulations are worked out, but you can't have people arriving at turn 1 absolutely flat out, so the start line has to be a certain distance back, but equally the finish line has to be in front of the timekeeper's box, so that's why you end up with a timing line or a control line, which at Silverstone is virtually coming onto the pit straight, whereas the start line is a little bit further down. So coming out of Woodcote now, over the line, that's the timing line, but the start line is about there, going out to the gantry. And what that means is that from a standing or a rolling start, you've got enough of the field on the pit straight, but by the time they've arrived at Copse, they're not going absolutely flat out on cold tyres on the first lap, which could create carnage. There is still, because it's a relatively short blast from the start line to turn 1, they're not going at too great a speed. That's how it's all sort of worked out. We talked about the Alpines. There's also a little bit of variety. There's a Mercedes in GT4. There's a Maserati as well, which is not the most common of GT4 cars, but it's good to have the Maserati on the grid as well. That from the JL Motorsports community.
Yeah, the 501 Maserati GT4 currently being driven by Lucas Kola at the moment, Pavel Yarabowski and Przemysław Osterich behind the wheel of that one, but it's Yarabowski just behind there at the moment. As we're seeing the times coming in at the moment, it's the number 10 Apex 1 team from the SimZone community that are currently in pole position just now. I think that was Adam Spansky that is currently on pole position just now, but expect to see that change very, very rapidly. And of course, with that 20-minute window appearing on the screen, again, that's not actually going to be all for the GT4s. They're literally going to have like maybe 2-3 laps that they're going to be able to get in with these fast times here. But what's impressed me already so far, David, is the fact that they've had their first flying lap and we've already got 15 cars within a second of that pole time just now. Maybe just giving us an idea of how tight and close this is actually going to be for qualifying.
Well, there you've got the Mercedes number 42, which is the Low Fuel Motorsport community entry, and at the moment that is quite a long way down the times, 44th overall, but Mercedes always sounds like a good car. Benny Benson at the wheel of it and looking to try to improve. But you're right, Adam Spansky still the fastest, but only by 75 thousandths of a second. It's 2:04 that is the second quickest car at the moment, with Michael Romagnoli in the Alpine from the QRT Esports stable. So it's going to be competitive, certainly over one lap. Their number one goes through, which is the next to the QRT Esports cars. 11th in the times currently is Alexander Pogarelov, who one's gone, two have gone straight off at the grass there. They should be able to pick themselves out of that, carry on without too much time being lost.
I would imagine if they're at the end of the start-finish straight there as the GT3s, it looks like, are released onto the track there, that might just be a case of they're done and dusted with their qualifying session and are just doing the rather unrealistic thing of just escaping back to the pit lane and getting themselves out of the way. So it looks like GT4's on their final qualifying lap just now as the GT3s are unleashed, and slightly frightening sight for the GT4s, having the track to themselves, and then these big monsters are coming to play.
It's not only the size of the GT3 car that's impressive, it's the sound. It was a conversation that I've been having in the real world today at Macau, where you can close your eyes and pretty much identify the brand as it goes past, because each GT3 car has its own distinctive engine note, from the rather piercing Ferrari sound to that distinctive Porsche growl. The Mercedes sort of booms past you, and it's one of the big selling points of GT racing for me, not just the shape of the cars, not just the colours of the cars, but the sound of them as well. And a lot of weaving going on to try to get these tyres up to temperature early on in the session so they can go for a push lap straight away. As you look at Jamie Tatoué in the Audi.
Just thinking about the comment you made there about the sounds of these cars and how identifiable they are. I would never have believed that until my first experience at Oulton Park for British GT, and actually being able to experience that. So, as you said, the rumble of the Mercedes, that big, heavy, bassy growl, but the obnoxious screaming of the Lamborghini as well is something truly properly magnificent to behold. It's just so loud, and yeah, really enjoy listening to all the different noises that come out of them. And it's so strange because it must be audible in the cockpit of the car as well when you're, say, near to the cars, and you must be able to sort of, I would imagine, identify the cars that are nearby you. Obviously they've helped with the radar systems and the timing systems that they've got on their screens and things, but yeah, I would imagine that would add to it as well.
If you'll indulge me going off on a tangent, David, many years ago there was a British GT weekend at Knock Hill, which was, as it often is at Knock Hill, dreadfully rain affected. Sunday morning the GT4 had to take place. Indeed, I can tell the surprise in your voice, but it was so foggy they had to run the 3 laps just behind the safety car just to sort of tick the regulation that they'd done the warm-up. That's fine. So the cars went out, they drove around behind the safety car. Now, such was the level of the fog that Muggins here in the Knockhill commentary booth couldn't see a car, but I could work out what was going past me because of the engine note. That's a Lister, that's a Porsche, that's a Viper, those are the days. So it is possible, I have done it kind of blindfold. Right, now, they're unleashed, aren't they? They've done the outlet, they've got warmth into the tyres, and Aidan Santama in the McLaren is the first one to focus on as he pushes up towards the Beckett's S's now.
Certainly is, as he comes through that left-right, left complex and then through again. Here comes in the number 34 car for that Thomas Engett Sim Racing team, racing on behalf of the Formula Race League, racing for Tracklicious. I was reading the car above, but through that back stretch then down into the right-hander here at Stowe and then through into Vale as well. It's such a technical part of the circuit here, and it's so crucial because you're going through Vale then into Club and then going on to the Hamilton Straight. It's that lead up to Abbey, I think, that gains you a lot of time here through the second part of the circuit, and this is where really you can make all of the gains.
This Abbey right-hander is where you've got to be really brave, and as we've seen countless times, get it ever so slightly wrong and are off onto that sort of escape road, the bypass as it's been dubbed. There's a bit of a bump as well as you come out of farm, and then here as well, going into that tight right at Village and this tight left of the loop. Get either of those wrong and you're massively compromised. If you're in traffic, then you can lose places because you compromise yourself. You can get yourself in a situation where you pick up damage, or at worst, you just lose lots and lots of time. So that section goes from two really, really fast corners to two really, really tight and slow ones. And you've got to get everything absolutely hooked up. And only when you get onto Wellington Straight, when it just comes to the end of, you sort of take a deep breath and think, okay, I've done it, cleared it. And then you've got another busy sequence here with Luffield, and that brings you now onto the very fast right of Woodcote corner. So Silverstone keeps you working all the time.
I think on top of that as well, just going back to our conversation earlier about the people that aren't the biggest fans of Silverstone, it's one bit that I don't understand, because as you said, you're constantly working. The only little breaths you get are down the Hangar Straight and then down the Hamilton Straight as well. You can't even think out the corner on Woodcote as you cross the line, because you've got Cops Corner, which is one of the most frightening corners I think here in ACC, because again it's one of those corners that you think you know, and every single time you go round it, it always manages to throw a surprise. You've got the tyre wear in it, you've got the constantly changing dynamic track conditions as well. You've then got the traffic to throw into the mix as well here. So no matter how much you have absolutely nailed this circuit here, and qualifying might be all very well and good, you put it into race conditions and it's a very, very different beast as well. And I can guarantee at the end of these 3 hours, a lot of these drivers are going to be very, very tired indeed.
Yes, you're right. It's going to be pretty much divided up to our stint. So there is 27. That is the Tommy Rozier-driven McLaren, the Low Fuel Motorsport's entry. That might not necessarily be the ideal community name, bearing in mind that I can remember being in a real-world GT race where the winning Ferrari was excluded for not having enough fuel in the tank to do the fuel sampling at the end, but we'll gloss over that. Yellow flag being shown over on the start line. And Tommy Rozier then has done a good enough time to get himself into that top 10 shootout. Whether he's ultimately on pole position, we will see. It's Gentil Van Tielen for the DC Sim Racing community comes over the line. But 17th that car, 18th that car now drops down another place, not good enough to get through. What about Gabriel Felipe? The Ferrari up towards the timing line. 17th it was, into the top 10. That's good. That's a good improvement, isn't it, on that last lap?
Certainly is, and of course they're all vying for position. One man that's just missed out, Cody Sherritt from Kaizen Racing, from Genesis Racing, excuse me, he's just missed out. What a lap! Right up there goes Marco Bischoff from Sprout Esports in the 717, just 0.5 of a second off the pole, but gets himself right up into that top 10. Of course, the car's only able to do a maximum of 3 laps here for this first part of qualifying, trying to get themselves up into that top 10 right now. And at the moment, the man on the danger point right now, Jamie Tutui, in that number 2 Audi for Simply Race Esports and the Sim Racing Collective. So again, that is going to be a very dangerous position for that Audi to be in, because it's done and dusted. In fact, I think we've only got one car left out there, and that's Just Loon, who does not look to be, I think he's just cruising back to the pit lane. So they'll get a couple of minutes now to head back to pits, and then we get the pole shootout underway. So for that, then, we've got our top 10 GT3s, which is Tommy Rozier, so it's the number 27 McLaren, the number 14 Lamborghini. You've then got Eric Delfante in the 179 McLaren. You've got Aidan Walshingham in the 55 Lamborghini, Grant Wilmot in the 22 McLaren. You've got the 11 Ferrari of Jose Alejandro Perez. Then you've got Marco Bischoff in the 717 Lamborghini, Francesco Fidelibus in the 60 Lamborghini, and then Konstantin Romanenko in the 15 McLaren, with finally Jamie Tutu, who did just survive in that number 2 Audi. That's the GT3s. And then, of course, we go down to the GT4s, and it's fairly easy to recognise them on the timing screen because they're about, 7 seconds, 9 seconds off of the pace. Adam Spansky in the number 10 Alpine, the number 204, the number 111 of Jan-Philipp Nürnberger, the 252 of Dominic Illner, the 117 of Samuel Villa, the 21 of Nicholas Anke is a name that I'm very familiar with, Fabrizio Campanella in the number 12, and then you've got Luciano Vitvoit in the number 16. And I believe we've also got Nikolai Polakyov in the 133. And again, no point saying the car manufacturer that they're in, because they're all in those Alpines. The Maserati, the Mercedes, and the Ferrari in the GT4. And sorry, the Maserati and the Mercedes finishing around about a second and a half off of the pace there. So I think it's going to be a long day at the back of that GT4 grid.
I think you're probably right in saying that, but what the Alpine contingent have to do is not drive into each other, because the cars are going to be so evenly matched. It's virtually a one-make class, as we've been saying, but they need to make sure that they don't trip over each other early doors, because that compromises exactly what they need to do. I'm always amazed with just how global an entry list can be for an esports race, and I shouldn't be, because it is, of course, an event that you can take part in anywhere in the world, just like we're doing the broadcast from different parts of the world, and yet there are so many names that come from nations that you don't always associate with motor racing, and that to me is one of the big plus points of esports, that it's attracting people into motorsport, whether it's virtual or real, from all over the globe and from any background as well. So we're getting ready for this top 10 shootout, and this will determine the pointy end of the two grids, won't it, GT3 and GT4.
It certainly will, as all of the cars are going to go out together, the top 10 GT3s and GT4s on track together. That is going to be a very interesting combination, but I think the GT3s will make short work of the GT4, certainly to get a lap in, but I can certainly see 1 or 2 laps maybe getting held up by those GT4s, who are perfectly entitled to kind of do their own thing and do that. The other thing you just mentioned there about how sim racing is this fantastic unifying force. I think it's been wonderful, and it's one of the small benefits that we had coming out of the terrible couple of years that we've had lately, is this whole push and realization that, you know, there is this big world for people who are like you and myself, David, absolutely nuts about motorsport. We kind of live and breathe this stuff, and yet there's another way that you can get involved even more so. And for some of these people who may see that they've never really got an opportunity to actually take part in this stuff in real life, it kind of breaks down a couple of the barriers and starts you along that road of thinking, well, actually, okay, maybe if I can't do this, I can maybe get involved in club racing, or I can go, racing somewhere else. For some people as well, that might not be the thing as well. One of the great misconceptions is that all sim racers want to be real life racers, and I've met a few sim racers actually who have genuinely no interest in getting out there on the real life track.
I still find it fascinating that there are people in real world racing scratching around, trying to find a budget, can't go racing, have to sit on the sidelines, and yet people can do esports and get paid to do it. And that perhaps is another of the draws for some. But you've got people in this who are incredibly talented. I still use the example of when we first did the SRO esports races in the lockdown in 2020. And of course, in our ignorance, we expected the real world drivers to be the better, but they were not as quick in terms of a lap time as the professional sim racers, and it took a little bit of time to really understand that it's a different art to driving an esports car in the sim. And yes, what you have is incredibly lifelike, but just the feel through the seats, through the car, it is different, and the real world drivers had to adapt to a new world despite their prowess on track.
And the other thing with that, Oh, sorry, David. I was just about to say the other thing with that is while it might not be a fully 100% accurate representation of what is there in real life, I think one of the things we've seen is so much that's able to be transferred from the sim to real life racing in terms of racecraft, in terms of driver awareness and all that sort of stuff. You know, you see pilots, airline pilots trained on simulators. That's where they get the majority of their hours. I think it's exactly the same in with sim racing. I think it can be used as a tool and as a way to develop drivers. And you know, even the well-equipped racing teams have been doing that for many years. And I think that we're just going to see that further continue. But we've got 4.5 minutes left to go in qualifying, so that means that we are getting a move on now for the top 10 pole shootout. So obviously that means that only the top 10 in each class here, David, able to make any sort of difference, but with there only being half a second essentially in that top 10 just now, you've got to wonder where that extra pace is going to come from.
Yeah, and also how hard you push in this, because if you're in the top 10 of GT3, you're going to be in the first 5 rows. Now, is pole position absolutely vital in a 3-hour race? Well, the driver that sets pole will say yes, the driver that misses out on pole will say no, because that's always been the case. And right now, Tommy Rezer, who's been there or thereabouts, to use that dreadful phrase, in the Asian SRO Esports Championship, he's looking very racy indeed. A 1:55.937 is the best lap time. So number 27, McLaren, the SBLesports.com Logitech GT3 entry, hustles on up to the heavy braking now for the right-hander in the village and then left at the loop.
Yep, as he comes through that loop, you mentioned it earlier, it's one of the corners that I absolutely hate at this corner, at this track, because I can never get it right. You want to try and push the car out to the outside and then drift it back in for that apex, but it just keeps going on and on and on. And then you've got entry, which is a little bit more simple, but track limits is going to be something to keep an eye out for, that especially if you drift over to that left hand side. And then through, as we come through Lawfield, it's a corner that I don't particularly like, David, because I managed to spin a Citroen C1 there in the gravel under safety car in the 24 hours of Silverstone. Yeah, not impressed.
I'd like to say that's impressive, but I suspect the clerk of the course had other ideas, but good for you for being out there and having a go at it. That's another part of Silverstone that's changed over the years. When Luffield was created, it was a corner with a straight with a corner, and you could do it as one long loop if you got the apex right, but over time it's been reprofiled into this sort of stretched hairpin, if you like, that you now see. Meanwhile, in GT4, the Apex 1 Alpine is going through, number 10. So that car over the line, and it's got Adam Szymanski at the wheel of it, and is still the quickest, I think I'm right in saying, of the GT4 contingent. Yep.
Yeah, he certainly is still ahead of Michael Romagnoli. We're hearing from our broadcast team no improvements whatsoever over that qualifying session. So the reason that we've still got cars on track at the moment, this will be the GT4s now. It's still just 3 laps that they get to improve. And you're seeing with Adam here, as he's coming through that complex there, through Maggots and Beckett's there, just how much he's having to fight with the throttle and trying to get any sort of traction coming out of that corner as you come down that long hanger straight here. Top speed is going to be an absolute premium for these GT4s, but I just wanted to take a small moment and point out that over 29 cars here for our GT3s here, David. 1.6 seconds is the gap between them here in qualifying, and for the Alpines and the GT4s, it's about 2 seconds for what looks to be around about 21 cars.
It's absolutely nuts, isn't it? And it shows how well the platform works to be able to equate the cars so well and take real world balanced performance into sim racing. 55, the Veloce VEXT Lamborghini in a big hurry. That car currently has got Aidan Walshingham behind the wheel, but job done, bails for the pit lane. Others stay out and go for a time. Walshingham is going to be third. Up into second goes Eric Delfanti then, 179 McLaren. So it's an all McLaren front row, which is impressive at the moment. The McLaren's the cars to have. So 2 McLarens, 2 Lamborghinis, 2 more McLarens in the top 6.
Fantastic improvement there from Delphante. I think his team are going to be absolutely delighted to see that car up there on the top row of the grid here for the race here, the 179 team. Of course, as we said, representing Formula Racing League, sharing that car with Carlo D'Elia and Emmanuel Tagine. But also one of the great things that we get to do here is I think all the cars are pretty much making their way round for the final lap. GT4's Nikolai Polakiov makes a great improvement actually up to second place. Brilliant lap there for the F1 Memes Racing team. Did not see that one coming as Samuel Vela for Glitch Motorsport comes across the line, tucks it in nice and early, 4th position, and would get some real improvements here. Just wanted to take a quick moment before we crack on to the race. Say a very good afternoon to everyone that is in the YouTube chat. We always like to be able to say hello to everyone that's in the SimGrid chat, and more especially for you, David. GW Media said, is that the GT World English commentator that's on there? So you've been rumbled already.
I've been rumbled. Guilty as charged. Thank you for having me in the sim community for this evening. So looking forward then to what's going to be a really fascinating race, and interesting too, wasn't it, the way that people really saved themselves for that very, very last lap. So even when only 10 cars per class were on track, 1 or 2 got caught up in traffic, but right at the very end, some really big and crucial shuffles to the grid order there.
It really was, and I'll be honest, I wasn't sure how that was going to pan out, the top 10 shootout. It's always difficult when you try something new in these championships, because sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but that definitely did work. Threw up a few different surprises to the mix. Eric Delphante getting up into that second place. The GT4s were absolutely setting themselves on fire, getting the times in there. Really impressed with Nikolai Polyakov getting that second position there. I think we've still got one car that's making their way around just now, and that is the number 204 car of Michael Romagnoli. So it'd be interesting to see if he makes any improvements, because at the moment he is currently in 3rd place, but he'll come across the line just now, and I don't think he's been able to do anything with that. So let's have a look, and just so I've said that, wow, we cut away. There was one car left on track, and it's always the way, because you cut away from it because it's just one car that's left. There's no way he's going to get pole. Well, he's done it. Of course he has. Michael Romagnoli there for the 204 Absolute Motorsport Acelith Pro GT4 team representing QRT Esports. Pole position in the GT4. Last car on track. Talk about leaving it till the end there, David.
Well, as you say, it's Murphy's Law, isn't it? You cut away to go and get set for the actual race, and somebody sneaks through. So good effort by Michael Romagnoli, but deduct 1 mark for doing it in secret and tricking us all. I was going to pose a question to you, which was, we've seen how in GT3 the McLarens have been absolutely dynamite over 1 lap. Now, are they going to be able to sustain that over 3 hours? Because there's a difference between having a very quick qualifying car and a very quick race car, isn't there?
There absolutely is, and the thing is, there's no definitive answer. Unlike the GT4s, where there's like a clear meta car to choose, which is the Alpine. If you're not in that, then you're going to be losing. The thing with this is that because of the custom track conditions and with the balanced performance that goes on with the teams and the cars as well, which changes almost on a daily basis with Kunos, it's going to be literally, we call it as we see it, David. I don't think there's going to be any advantage specifically at this early stage. The Ferrari, I think when the update first came out and the Ferrari first came out, it was overpowered. That was the car to have, and you saw it all the time. But it's great to see now, I think, cars coming back into the mix that we didn't really see a lot of before, and I'm talking about the McLaren and the likes of the Lamborghini. So they're possibly coming in, but again, tyre wear is going to be such a crucial thing on these 3 stints. The other thing that I think is very interesting that we have to talk about is that, unlike any other 3-hour race that I've commentated on for ACC, normally it would be 1 or 2 drivers taking part in this. We've got 3 drivers for these teams here, so they'll be kind of swapping out, I would imagine, every single hour. And then obviously you've got that maximum stint timer as well, so there's only a certain amount of time that these drivers can stay in the car.
Yes, I mean, we're looking at round about 65 minutes to echo what goes on in a real-world sort of SRO-style 3-hour race, but you need to divide that up so that inevitably they're not all 3 drivers going to be at exactly the same pace. You want to maximise your faster driver, and traditionally you would leave your absolute gun in for the last stint, because in the real world, if there's a safety car, the field bunches up, that's when you need the quicker driver. Well, we don't really have safety cars in esports racing because there's no need. So that perhaps gives a little bit more strategy in this than it would actually in the real world races, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and strategy is going to play such a big part here. We're so used to seeing, the top rung of esports performance drivers, the absolute cutting edge of things. And with this, what I love is the fact that this is more focused on the communities and some of the names that we're not so used to seeing. And yet, even at that level, we're still seeing that they are just as talented, just as close, and just as enjoyable to watch out there. Although you did say this right at the start, some very familiar names that we should be aware of, and we've seen time and time again here at SimGrid. The likes of Kieran Prendergast is out there for Brabham Esports. You've also got Luke Addison out there for Genesis Esports. He's teaming up with Cody Sherritt and Tariq Adam, and that's a South African-based outfit, and they're absolutely setting the scene on fire right now. Nicholas Arnkas, a driver that we typically associate with Porsche racing, and then you've got the likes of Krzysztof Muskowski in the number 10 Apex 1. I actually thought that it was going to be close for them potentially getting right up the front there, but they got beaten to it right at the last. So it'll be a lot of interesting facts, but I think it's time to have a little bit of a chat here, because we are very, very privileged to have Michael Romagnoli to be able to come and have a little bit of a chat with us. Sorry, I got myself mixed up. Excuse me, sorry. Tommy is in for a quick chat with us just now. Tommy, pole position just now. You made that look very, very straightforward, but was that a little bit scary at the end when Eric Delfante got a little bit closer?
Hello guys, yeah, it was a good lap. I was happy because I did the lap in the first qualification, so I had less pressure during the second one, so I could have take a big risk. But the time is still on the board, and I'm very happy.
2 McLarens on that front row of the grid. How is the car feeling here at Silverstone today?
The car feels very good, very nice on the tires. And I have done a lot of race recently in Silverstone, so I'm pretty confident for the race.
And then finally, obviously we're just a way to get ready to start the race. Are you going to be in the car to start things off?
Yeah, it will be me.
So let's talk about that then, because obviously turn 1, we're going to be barreling down. We've got 50 cars behind us here. What is going to be the strategy for the first 15 minutes of that race, Tommy?
Honestly, I don't know. Just I hope me and Delfante will not fight for the first sector, because side by side in this turn it's very difficult, and we can have contact very easily. So I hope he will stay behind and see after for battle.
And obviously you're sharing the car today with Frank Riat and LED Bones. How are they feeling about the race today?
Oh, they feel very good. I don't know if they have pressure now. I am on pole, but when I practice with them, we had the same pace, so I feel confident to share the car with them.
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much, Tommy, for coming in and having a chat with us just now. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of a chat with you throughout the course of this afternoon as well.
Yep, thanks.
Excellent stuff there. So Tommy Rozier having a chat with us and sounding very cool, calm and collected there, David, ahead of today's race.
Yeah, he knows what he's got to do, and interesting that he's already thinking about that first corner, mindful that the opposition needs to be respectful of him, he needs to be respectful of the opposition and does not want any contact whatsoever. Of course, they're at the very sharp end of the field, whereas your GT4 pole position driver is going to be in the body of the field with GT3 cars ahead, GT4 cars behind. So Michael Romagnoli's attitude might be equally interesting.
Well, let's find out exactly what he has got to say. Let's bring in our pole sitter just now, Michael Romagnoli, who's just getting himself all sorted out and ready to go. I think he might actually be deciding to wait to get into the race instead as well. But there we go. Michael, welcome to have a chat with us. You kept that right until the end there. That was some pole position lap there.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good lap at the end. Just one flying lap because I crashed into GT3. So I need to come back to the pits. And then I was only one flying lap to settle up. And I found just 1:10.5 in the last sector. So yeah, I think it was a good lap.
Now, we've seen the field absolutely full of Alpines today, and any other car that's not an Alpine at the back of the grid. What is it with the GT4 class just now that's making the Alpine the car of choice?
Because I think he's simple, he's the most fast, so easy to choice. So.
Fantastic. And then obviously looking ahead to the race itself, you're going to be sharing the car with your team, but what is the plan for that race coming up?
Yeah, just stay clean at the start and looking to the race, and I don't know, we will see what's happened.
We're having a look, Michael, at your pole position lap here. Some still shots just while you were actually doing this. So again, I'm trying to wrap my head around the fact that you hit a GT3, or you collided with a GT3 car, had to bring the car in to the pits, and you literally only had one flying lap here. I mean, talk about the pressure being on you for this one. What's your thoughts of this Silverstone circuit then?
Yeah, I was I was under pressure after I delete my first flying lap because of the incident, but yeah, I found some stability from my brain and just take the lap.
Yeah, I'm almost speechless just because it's such a wild, tall order to see that happen. But we'll watch the rest of your pole lap just now. Michael, any thoughts towards your community that you're racing on behalf of today? Obviously, as part of Absolute Motorsport, the Aceless team, but you're racing for QRT Esports. How did you get involved with QRT?
I just found during the summer, so. Yeah, because I was a strange story with this champ, but yeah, hoping to bring some good result today.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, Michael, thank you very much for having a chat with us, and good luck for the race.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
There we go then, Michael Romagnoli there having a quick chat with us, and I think, David, towards the end there, I think he was just keen to get his eyes onto the race ahead.
You can understand it, can't you? Because they've got a lot to address in anticipation of 3 hours of racing, and the drivers, of course, have that responsibility of making sure that at the end of their stint, as they come in to do the driver change, even though it's not a driver change like you have in the real world, it's, if you like, a player change, they're still going to go through the right process. So there's not just that aspect of driving the car cleanly, and as we say, it's such a busy grid, keeping out of strife over the first few corners is going to be absolutely crucial, because Silverstone has a number of pinch points. It's not only Cops. Somebody can get it wrong in the Beckett's S's, which is a high-speed section of the circuit. At the end of Vale, that very, very tight left into the right-hander of Club, that can catch you out. And then if you get as far as Village on the opening lap without problems, that's another very tight section of the circuit. So once you've done a lap, you kind of take a deep breath and think, right, okay, we've made it, now we can settle into a rhythm. But it's doing that first lap that's the key point.
Well, talking about that first lap, you did mention Village there. I think that is going to be one of the massive flashpoints as cars, lay onto the brakes here. Obviously, they're going to have cold tyres, cold brakes, more than likely after that formation lap. Again, I think the ability or the possibility for chaos is going to be very, very high here. But again, with it being a 3-hour race, I think the order of the day is trying to minimise any damage, and also trying to avoid, I would imagine, the ire and the attention of race control.
Yes, because you're going to have track limits to factor in as well. You don't want to get involved in any incidents, because that's going to go against you also. We did have quite a few people having the old little drama in the practice session. We saw number 1 Alpine slithering off the road, but the drivers, I think, largely have had a useful learning exercise around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and lessons learned. about to be put into practice as the drivers now get set, rejoin the server, and we get set for the race itself.
So David, if we were going to get you into the race here then, and you could pick out of any of the cars at the GT3 and GT4 pool that are there, what car do you think you'd like to get behind the wheel of to take part in?
In the real world, gosh, it's a leading question that, because they're all equally desirable in their own way. But I suspect one of the most user-friendly, that would suit me as a non-racing driver, would be the Audi, because that has always seemed to be one of the better turnkey GT3 cars, the Audi R8 LMS, that you don't necessarily have to be a GT star. You can be an Audi of good ability and still get a result out of it, whereas sometimes maybe the McLaren has been more aimed at the pro driver than the AM. Maybe the BMW was needed a pro driver to really hustle a result out of it. But for me, one of that sort of ubiquitous, user-friendly, AM-friendly cars has always been the Audi. So that would probably do me just to keep me out of trouble.
Excellent. So there we go, 2024, we'll see David Addison behind the wheel, possibly teaming up with Valentino Rossi behind the wheel. Well, of course, that's not a thing anymore, is it? Because WRT have moved
BMW,
on. Yeah, BMW now.
Yeah.
It's, I'm obviously behind the times on that one. It's amazing to see how much that sort of still lingers on here with the different car choices and the different handling characteristics here in the sim, because you were mentioning about how the Audi is seen as a very easy to approach car, whereas traditionally here in the sim, in Assetto Corsa Competizione, the original iteration of that Audi was just schizophrenic, to say the least. It would
Really?
put you into a barrier with no warning whatsoever mid-corner, very twitchy, very, very oversteery. But I think with all of the Evo versions of all of the cars now, including the Lambo that came out recently and the brand new Ferrari as well, it seems to be a much more stabilised base, certainly for the GT3s, the GT4s. I don't really have much experience of them in the sim as well, just mostly because it's a car class that I've not particularly enjoyed too much.
Well, certainly in the real world, the Audi has sold in vast numbers and been successful around the globe. But now Audi Sport comes to an end at the end of this year. There are going to be a lot of cars for sale. And although some of the teams are saying, yep, we'll carry on because we've got a car, it's still competitive, we've got parts. What you are going to find is that we no longer have Audi factory drivers in the real world. So there are going to be quite a few on the job market. And entry lists are going to look rather different, I suspect, next year in GT racing. So this was the view on board with Tommy Rozier, put himself ultimately onto pole position, and giving you an idea of what it's like hammering out of Aintree, down Wellington Straight now, and down towards that left-hander of Woodlands coming into the stadium.
I was just noticing there as well, Lars Kessler actually fastest in practice at the moment for that number 14, a team that we're very familiar with, the Unicorns of Love. Up there just now, but there we go. It looks like practice has come to an end, so the drivers now will be making their last moment adjustments to the cars, having a chat on Discord and getting themselves all ready for the race at hand. Just a couple of minutes away before we head down to the track here for our 3-hour race here at Silverstone. Remember, 3 different drivers for all of the community teams that we will be focusing on today. So each of them will be taking a stint of around about an hour each here at Silverstone. So we think the cars are heading onto the grid. So there we go. Let's get started with our grid so far. And Tommy Rozier on that pole position ahead of Eric Delfanti. 2 McLarens in the front row of the grid. That is closely followed up by the 2 Lamborghinis. You've got Ian Walsingham just in front of Bastian Richter there for Unicorns of Love. We've then got the number 11 car of Andrea Lauro alongside the McLaren. The 2 McLarens who were looking very fast early on in GT3 qualifying. That is going to be the number 15 in 6th position. That's Pavlo Polovchuk, and then Martin Klassen in 7th position. Marco Bischoff is in 8th alongside Lorenzo Magnani in that row 5, with the Rui Nunes in the number 2 Audi alongside him in 10th position. Abe Santima is in 11th position with the Ferrari of Gabriel Felipe in 12th. Then on row 7, Tariq Adam is alongside Luca Wieninger in that 808 McLaren. The Ferrari-McLaren combo continues with William Pisano alongside Benjamin Heilman in that 799, and then 17th and 18th position, that is going to be Yuri Petrochenko in the 111 BMW alongside Matthias Vords in the 500 Ferrari. 19th and 20th is going to be Eskil Pieth in the number 20 Ferrari alongside Thomas Jack in the 13 McLaren, and then it's an all McLaren, row 11, Eugene Gottschalk alongside Jenti Van Thielen in the 113 and 114 respectively. 23rd and 24th is Patrick Sudakai in the Ferrari alongside Patrick Mastola in the McLaren. And then in 25th and 26th is Louis Fleischer in the Lamborghini alongside Matteo Ferri in the 144 and 348 Ferrari. James de Havilland in the Lamborghini is alongside Brian Kanapanen, and then it's Menno van den Mellen in 29th position alongside Just Luin. That is the end of the GT3s. It is quite a long list, and if I pass out by the end of it, you'll understand why. Michael Romagnoli leads off the GT4s in that 204 Alpine alongside Krzysztof Maskowski in the number 10. Nikolai Polyakov in the 3rd position. 4th place is Oscar Tringali. 5th place is Jan-Philipp Nürnberger. 6th place is Luciano Vitvoet, and then 7th place is Nico Veldman. And then you've got in 8th place Fabrizio Campanella, 9th place is Nicholas Anke, and then 10th place is Christoph Verstappen. 11th place is going to be Jack Oliver. Then you've got Igor Simonov just beside Milos Dominkovic in the number 62. Then you've got Jan-Marcel Dietrich and a whole load of Alpines. Nick Babin is behind him in the 340. Ali Ratza, Rafael Stazak, Vili Sinkinen, Albin Manson in the 28, and Dan Bryce at the back of the Alpines there. And then we have our two cars that aren't Alpines right at the back, 51st and 52nd, Lucas Sicola and Toby Error. That was an ordeal getting through all 50 drivers in just about 2 minutes, David, and I'm feeling a little bit lightheaded, if I'm honest.
Well, I'm impressed that you did it. So we've got the rolling start underway. There's one car that was shown on the timing without having done a lap. It didn't even appear on the entry, number 17 Ferrari, so we'll ignore that as the field then now sets off on this rolling start, ready for the race to get underway around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. 3 hours we have in prospect.
Certainly is, and it's a beautiful sight seeing all of those GT3 cars. Some moderate weaving, not as much and not as aggressive as I thought it was going to be, but they're certainly doing their thing. Coming down the hangar straight, pressure, I would imagine, builds in quite significantly for a lot of these drivers. They've got their teams to think about, but they've also got their communities to think about. That is who we are going to be focusing on today. Remember, 10 championships that have led to this stage. The top 3 from each of those 10 championships were awarded slots in the GT3 class. P4 and 5 from those qualifier championships went into the GT4s, and then P6, 7 and 8 went on to that GT4 Play-Off that we had just last week as well. Those were the final positions to get onto this grid here for the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. And again, the car's just making their way around. And David, again, this is something that you're very, very experienced with, the real-life drivers, and I can imagine the pressure and the stress maybe starting to build a little bit for some of these drivers.
Well, yes, indeed. Partly, as we say, because of that need to keep out of trouble at the start of the race. Partly, as we've been saying in the past as well, because the importance here is to do a good job for your co-drivers, to do a good first stint. So, yeah, there is a lot on the table here as we get set to go racing here at Silverstone.
Certainly is. We're seeing Tommy Rozier then here for STL Esports making his way round as the number 27 leads the field in that Logitech G machine, sharing the car with Frank Beata and Elliot Devons. We heard from Tommy just a couple of minutes ago between the qualifying and the race, and definitely doing Low Fuel Motorsport very, very proud indeed. But it's the final run down the Wellington Straight now. The cars getting themselves all in order. The weaving from side to side will come to an end very quickly, and they'll jump up into that double file formation when the game tells them to do so. Remember, as we said, Tommy Rozier and Eric Del Fante leading the GT3 contingent, and it's Michael Romagnoli and Krzysztof Maskowski in the 204 and number 10 respectively in that Absolute Motorsport Ace-Lift car, and then the 10 of Apex 1 Racing. They are leading off the GT4 charge. Expect traffic to be an issue in around about 15 minutes time, if it even gets that long. There is your GT4 pole sitter right now, just ahead of Adam Spansky. But it is all eyes to the front of the field as we get ready to go racing. Tommy Rozier and Eric Del Fante, the two McLarens side by side, two Lamborghinis poised, waiting, ready to pounce. It's a long run down here on a circuit that I always get tripped up on, as we get pointed out that the start line is a little bit further down. So we hold our breath a little bit further here. But 3 hours left to go, 3 drivers, around about 52 cars are ready to go racing here. You can see Eric Del Fante just on the outside here as they come up towards turn 1. The green flag flies and we are racing. It's a great start from Tommy Rozier, cuts the nose off of Eric Del Fante. They all go streaming in to turn number 1 for the first time, straight into Abbey, through into Farn Curve as well. The cars spread out nice and wide, and again it's all about trying to keep yourself clean and clear for these first couple of laps here, as the GT4s, they'll be going through to start their race very shortly. They already have gone. We've got a yellow flag a little bit further on in the background as well, but for the most part this is exactly what they wanted coming through Maggots and Beckett.
And a good start by Michael Romagnoli then in the number 204 Alpine. He leads within GT4. We've got a drive-through already going the way of number 21 Alpine, the Nicholas Armka starting car then. So 21, the Team 1 GT4 entry, picking up a drive-through which has been applied within the platform early doors. Everybody else coming out of Stowe Corner for the first time. Down through Vale, the Alpines inevitably, the GT4 cars dropping back slightly as Eric Del Fante then chases Tommy Rozier out of Club Corner for the first time, past the wing on the right, past the hotel in the real world on the left, and up towards that very fast right-hand flick of Abbey, and then you go left at Farm. But Tommy Rozier is doing absolutely the right thing here on cold tyres. He's pushing and he's just building a very, very slight lead on this opening lap.
Certainly is. There's a little bit further back. There's Abe Santana trying to go around the outside here, then into the loop as well. Just an update that the 21 drive-through that we saw there, that was automatically generated one. That will be checked by race control. It's been cleared, but it's under investigation at the moment. So it was an automatically generated one. We see it now and again here in the Settle Corsa Competizione, and thankfully, hopefully nothing to worry about. However, yellow flag for Rafael Stazak in the 67. That has come a cropper. That is going to be in towards the loop. He's not even made it into that far just now. We've already had one car back into the pit lane just now. That's the 340 as well. Nick Babin is down in pit lane. I'm not sure if that car's going to be retired at such an early stage of the race here. But again, very impressed at how determined and how clean and simple these drivers are making things, David.
I agree, but Tommy Rozier's advantage that I was getting all eulogising about at Abbey on the first lap has disappeared, hasn't it? Because they came over the stripe, it was just under 0.3 of a second, and actually now Eric Del Fante is looking decidedly ominous indeed in number 180 then. So the second place McLaren chases on behind as the cars now accelerate down Hanger Straight. So Eric Del Fante lining up possibly for a move when they get into the braking zone. He thinks about it, he goes to the inside line there, thinks better of it. No point really chancing your arm at this early stage, especially as Adam Walshingham's Lamborghini is right there as well. So get it wrong for the lead, you can lose second place as well, and that is very hard under the GT3 balance and performance to buy back places once you've lost them early on.
Confirmation that the Team 1 FF GT4 car, the 21 drive-through penalty, has been cleared by race control, so that was erroneously given out. Let's have a little replay then of an incident that happened further down the fields on that second lap here, and this is the number 67 car on the Armenterio Torpedo that unfortunately gets torpedoed out into the corner, and wow. we were talking about that car not even making the loop there, and you've got to say, David, that was absolutely no fault of that 67 there.
No, I'm afraid it's a byproduct of traffic, isn't it? Wrong place, wrong time, bit of hip and shoulder, but at that sort of speed, it was always going to end badly. As there you see number 113 hustling up through the traffic, so Sabirov goes through on the inside, puts a move on the similar McLaren. number 114 then. So David Hill dropped back and Amir Samirov goes through. So good scraps going on here. Lots of McLarens all very evenly matched as they dive down through Brooklands. As back on the inside line to hang on to his place. Samirov fending off Hill. This is all for 20th position, but of course over 3 hours it's been quite a battle, but elevates itself up the order, and going with them in 23 McLaren right there as well, Patrick Mastola.
Yeah, and of course vital championship points on offer here for this 3 hours of Silverstone before we are off in 2 weeks' time to the track that we're going to be voting on for the next round of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals here. A little bit wide there, I think that was Alan just going a little bit wide and catching that position there. As looking a little bit further up as well, still Tommy Rozier in the lead of the race. Now, we saw that gap closing down with Eric Delfanti between first and second place. That was actually down into Abbey, that the braking of that second place car was able to catch right back up. But able to get an update on the GT4 battle right now. So Michael Romagnoli taking a little bit of a gap ahead of Adam Szymanski in that number 10 car there, the Apex 1 GT4. 4/10 of a second between the two of them. And then it's Polyakov in the third position for the GT4s just now as they come streaming down towards Stowe Corner. This is the hanger straight just now, and again this long right-hander here, a very fast right-hander but slightly slower in these GT4 cars. And the one thing that I've always realised about GT4 cars is while they don't have all the bells and whistles of their older siblings, the GT3s, their more powerful siblings, momentum is such an important factor in these cars here. And you were pointing out, David, about the battling going on in 20th position for the GT3s. Again here in the GT4s, this is down about, what, 18th position right now for them. And actually this is in top 10, excuse me. But again, it just shows how clear and how clean all of the racing is.
And there are fierce fights everywhere as people will try and find track position. The other thing, just going back to your GT4 point that we were making a broadcast, is without all the aero, the cars move around quite a lot, and therefore there's a lot of effort being put in by the driver. Yes, they're a bit slower, but without the aero gluing them to the ground, the driver makes a real difference in a GT4 car.
It certainly does, and I think that's probably why they're so popular as well, because it really is all about the driving standards and the driver ability. Just now, as we're seeing Samuel Villa here for Glitch Motorsport in the 117 just now, and again, cars, as usually happens in multi-class racing, breaking off into their little packs just now. Villa has got Polyakov just behind him. This is the battle for third place, of course, in the GT4s, and that 117 car doing its community very proud indeed, and I think Low Fuel Motorsport will be very happy at that car. We're back to the battle for the lead of the GT3s now. That gap has opened up again to Eric Delfanti now, and Delfanti under real pressure here from Aidan Walsingham in that 55 Lamborghini. Lars Kisser maybe just dropping a little bit off of this fight for Unicorns of Love, but Veloci Esports, a team that really don't need much introduction, doing very well just now. And we're hearing from our broadcast team, they're having a look at the old weather radar, and there's the potential of rain in the next half an hour here, David.
Never rains at Silverstone, I've never known it, so I don't believe that for a moment. It's interesting, this Eric Delfanti, Aidan Walsingham battle, isn't it? Because you see at certain points the Lamborghini has the advantage and closes on the McLaren. At other parts of the circuit, the McLaren stretches its legs. But the net result of all of that is that Delfanti is a little bit more concerned about what's going on behind him, and is not therefore being able to concentrate his efforts on going after the race leader. Meanwhile, in Formula Alpine, Michael Romagnoli just ahead of Adam Szymanski. This is for class leadership in GT4. And the two of them absolutely nose to tail as they come down the Hamilton Straight, heading up now towards Abbey. Third in GT4 is number 117. That currently has Samuel Villa at the wheel. So the Alpines, as we expected, not just numerically, but also pace dominant. But Michael Romagnoli, having taken pole position, not getting away, is he? This is what we were saying in qualifying. You can have a car that's good over 1 lap, but it's got to be good over 3 hours, and try and build a margin over the opposition. And Romagnoli right now cannot get away.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, in Formula non-Alpine at the moment, Pavel Jarzabowski in the 501 Maserati has actually overtaken 3 Alpines at the moment, currently in P48 overall just now, and Berry Benson has also overtaken a couple at the moment, so both of them are not last, which is, I think that's really all they can ask for, given these Alpines that are everywhere right now, are like an absolute swarm. That is, I mean, for me, that Maserati doesn't look like a GT4 car. That looks size-wise like a fully fledged GT3 car.
It also makes a fantastic noise. There is something about Italian cars that always have great noises. Right, for class leadership, it is still absolutely tied together, but Romagnoli, as they come out of Copse Corner, just hangs on to the place, but he's got Szczepanski all over him now like a cheap suit, hasn't he? Adam Szczepanski thinks about the inside into the Beckett's S's, can't do it, and the danger here is that Samuele Villa gets past Szczepanski before he gets the class lead, because he's a bit distracted, and look, it is now 3 for the lead, and whereas half a lap ago it was 2 and then a gap, now 3 of them absolutely together.
Certainly is, as they come out of Maggots and Beckett's, then down that long hanger straight here. Look at them side by side. This is going to be a move for the race lead then. Is it going to happen though? Through at Stoke Corner as that sweeps out wide, and again, there we go, job done. Almost for Szczepanski. He wanted to try and get it done, but that now leaves him vulnerable to Samuel Villa here in the 117. So he's coming up, and they're going to have to watch out because Paul Yakov is going to want to have a little bit of this fun as well. This is the problem when you start fighting in the first 10-15 minutes here in the GT4s. It makes it really difficult to get any sort of clearance from the cars behind. So Paul Yakov is being given a lifeline at the moment, still 1.1 second behind, but if he gets brought in and they still start fighting, then who knows what's going to happen. You could get Fitfoy and Ruggiero brought back into the mix just now, but Apex 1 being made to work for every single inch of tarmac here at Silverstone just now, because Szczepanski is just really all over the back of Romagnoli. Although look at this now, here comes Samuel Villa.
Yeah, Samuele Villa lining up to have a go. This is exactly what Romagnoli needed, because finally, as Szczepanski goes defensive, he's able to get away. So down towards Brooklands, the black and yellow Alpine to the inside line, no way through there. Good defence by Szczepanski. Villa right in the wheel tracks, but even with that, Romagnoli is not scorching off into the distance. That car just does not seem to be able to get away. The only thing that's really delaying Szczepanski's efforts is that he's got to go defensive now. That's distracting him, forcing him to take the slower lines.
I think it's something you touched on a little bit earlier. It's just different strengths for the drivers, I think, at different parts of the circuit, since they're all in the same car anyway. It's a huge drift there from Szczepanski in that Apex 1 machine. Let's check out another replay just now from earlier on at the start of the race then. This is the 340, and I've got a feeling, if this is what I remember, this car is a way to go absolutely launched into the air, and I'm glad it's virtual at this point, because that would be a very, very expensive repair bill on that one.
Well, indeed, and you can understand why that car pitted and abandoned very, very early on. So big disappointment then, I'm afraid to say, for the Thomas Enger Sim team. Upended and out of the race, effectively, as there in 22nd place is number 23, then the McLaren of Patrick Mustola, that car from Clean Racing Finland. And at the moment, Mustola looking for a way past David Hill as they drop down towards Brooklyn. So those two 720Ss running together. But up front, it's McLaren leading the way. Tommy Rezer trying to build that gap.
Yes, Tommy Rezer then in the lead of the race, as you said, 9/10 of a second ahead of Eric Delfante. Aidan Walsingham in third position, Lars Kisser in fourth, and then a fantastic performance here so far from Andrea Lauro in that number 11 car for Raggioli Racing. Cube Controls sharing the car with Jose Alessandro Perez and Ethan Faulkner racing for the VGTR community. And the reason I'm giving them a big shout out is because they have got a huge amount of support in chat. We'll come back to that in a second, because Leonardo Baccaglini for Absolute Res Tech Racing has decided to go a little bit sightseeing. I've got a feeling that there may well have been another car involved, and that is going to be through Maggots and Beckett, one of the fastest parts of the circuit, and that is not a part of the circuit, David, where you want to be having that sort of a moment.
No, the only good thing was that he was off the road and on the grass, and therefore didn't get collected by anybody else at high speeds. So Leonardo Baccaglini back onto the road, but he's losing place after place even now, look, because up the inside line there squeezes number 13 McLaren to go back ahead. And that is Robin Moe who goes through. Now what's happening here? Really? Robin Beach and running together.
They certainly are. Romagnoli ahead of that GT4 battle just now. Spansky again was so close to the back end of that car. I think we've got our first penalty already in the mix as well. You can see the 211 of Jan Dietrich getting a 15-second penalty. Let's have another replay then of some more incidents that we caught off camera earlier on. It's the 858 that was caught up in this one. This is the absolute rest tech by Aisleth. So this is the moment at Maggots and Beckett. It's completely unassisted there, and well, that's just literally going to have been, you would think, snap oversteer there, David.
Yes, down to the driver, I think. Certainly no contact, and it's odd that it's happened now because it's not exactly on cold tyres, so you put that down to driver error. But the good thing is, as I say, no damage, carries on. Yes, it's lost places, but he can buy some of those back over the remainder of the race because there's still, of course, 2 3/4 hours, a long way to go.
And with that 2 3/4 hours, that does also mean that they've got past that first 15 minutes. It's always a huge milestone in any endurance race, getting that the first couple of laps in, and then you can settle usually into a rhythm. Then you can get your game plan on the go, then you can get your strategy on the go, and the rest of your teammates who are breathing down your neck in the voice chat can also breathe a sigh of relief normally at this point in the race, because as we see, a lot of the cars now starting to stretch out into their own little packs of 2, 3, 4 cars as we go to Digiforce Racing's Konstantin Romanenko behind the wheel of that McLaren, fighting Lauro for that 5th position. So again, this fight has kind of hotted up as well. Lauro dropping off the back of the number 14 Lamborghini of Unicorns of Love as they come through the right-hander, coming into the loop and through that section towards Aintree as well. This is, of course, on the run down towards the Wellington Straight, and then they head into Brooklands, that sweeping left-hander here. And what I've been impressed, I think, so far, David, is the fact that we haven't seen so much in the way of dive bombs. We've not really seen so much in the way of maybe drivers getting a little bit carried away with themselves in that whole aspect of fighting and trying too hard to take a position that they can get over the next 3 hours. As we're back watching Abe Santima here for Thomas Enge Sim Racing in the number 34 car just now, sharing that car with Mattia De Campo, Sandro Van Zandt, and racing on behalf of the Formula Racing League community. We'll get David back in the booth in the very near future in just a couple of seconds. Very fortunate actually to be joined by David this weekend because the superstar is away over in China just now. He's over in Macau commentating on all of the real life action that's happening over there. So it's like 8:30 in the evening over there. So imagine giving up your time to come and join us here in the world of sim racing when you've got all that sort of stuff going on as well. And I've got no doubt that after
back.
Well, you are back, David. I was just saying to our audience there, I'm sure after having to spend the commentary box for 4 hours with myself, you might be thoroughly regretting that decision.
No, not at all. The downside to all of this, you have to bear with, is that everybody's coming back from a race circuit in Macau, and they're all going onto the internet, and it's a little bit patchy. So my first pit stop of the race, I'm on a different strategy from others. I can't get to the hour mark. I have to do it when the internet requires, but apologies for the brief pause. Right, back. So what have I missed? Well, it's still Tommy Rosaire in the lead, but he's building that gap, isn't he? He's starting now to look a little bit more secure, whilst Eric Dalfante has been busy battling. And further back, 34 McLaren of Abe Santima is also now not only having to fend off cars behind, but we're also thinking about Lapri, aren't we? Because they've caught up with some of those slower GT4 cars now.
Yeah, we're now on to the tail end of the GT4s here. We're watching Grant Wilmot here for Rocket Sim Sport, just behind that 717 Henrik Gamble in the Lamborghini, a driver we're normally associate with seeing in a Porsche. So great to see some different machinery being used by some of the drivers out there today, but absolutely spot on. We're into the tail enders of those GT4s, maybe 3 or 4 of them that are getting caught up just now, but they're in for a rude awakening in the next sort of 10-15 seconds, because I can guarantee by the end of that Tanger Straight, I think your race leader Tommy Rozier is going to be in a whole world of trouble as he sees about 15 GT4 cars right ahead of him.
And the worst moment for him is not when it's a back marker on their own, it's when there's a clump of back markers all having their own back, because they are not focused on what's going on behind. They are focused on their fight. They do not want to give an inch. And of course, getting out of the way of the faster GT3 car could mean that they get mugged by their class rival. Talking of being mugged, that's exactly what's going on at Stowe Corner. McLaren forced out wide, so that is Romanenko being given a bit of a hard time, but he's back on the inside line down to the end of Vale, squeezing up the inside of Laro's Ferrari, and he's got the job done to go fifth. Good move that, good pass.
That's a nice move there on Andrea Lauro. So Lauro losing that fifth position, dropping back a little bit further. Just to give you an update as well, at the weather radar just now, we're due to be having rain, I would imagine, in the next sort of 15 to 20 minutes. That's the current forecast just now, but it's also supposed to now be much heavier than it was originally forecast. So that's going to throw, I think, another set of dice into this mix in this first stint here, because if it's a little bit of rain, as Samuel Villa trying to go around the outside of Adam Spansky, that was a move and a half. I think he might try and hold on here. A little bit of contact there, the two of them go, and I think that number 10 is going to feel a little bit hard done by there, David.
That brings Polyakov up the inside, he will go third in class. But yeah, Szczepanski wants a little bit of contact, and at Luffield it's just enough to force you out wide, compromise the run into Woodcote, and it opened the door beautifully for Polyakov to go through, and he's still hard at it. Szczepanski leans on him going into Cops Corner, but 133, the pink out, he goes through. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it's not the place that I want to have a little bit of a moment and fighting, going through side by side. Let's have a quick look at a race control then, and let's have a look. One GT4 is out of the order at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that. I think that's Andreas Borchers who has been talked about just now. Right, we've got a warning to car 348 on lap 4 for the incident between 348 and 349, and that is for causing a collision. So that's Glitch Motorsport and VRM Racing. And again, at this stage of the race, David, you know, couple of laps in, less than 20 minutes into the race, you don't want to be getting the attention of the race stewards at this point in the race.
No, indeed. And Jan Dietrich, another one that we've just had the message about, a 15-second penalty for causing a collision. But you can see why, in a sense, can't you? Because it is absolutely fierce. Look there, the Ferrari being squeezed towards the grass on the outside as they drop down to the end of Vale. So number 500 Ferrari, which has currently got Maciusz Fodge behind the wheel, and he's trying to pick his way through the traffic. He's trying to have his own battle. It is incredibly busy out there at the moment. And there, number 2 Audi, which is JB Tetui, he gets run out wide. But it's absolutely dreadful at the moment to be a GT4 driver, because you don't know where to go. You move out of the way of one GT3 car, you get in the way of another, don't you?
And you're compromising your own line here. You're exactly ruining your own race for those GT3 cars. You're trying to do the right thing, and you're getting punished for it, as we're watching Cody Sherrick here from Genesis Esports, the South African-based outfit, making their way down. And that is a sight and a half, ladies and gentlemen. Tons and tons and tons of GT3 cars and GT4 cars, and it's safe to say, David, I mean, our work is going to be cut out for us over the next 5 minutes, because it's going to be absolute bedlam as we see a car forced off to the grass there, and I get the feeling that was a GT4 car. Feeling, oh my good lord, huge collision on the start-finish straight there, multiple cars involved. Igor Simonov there for Motor Sharks Racing. You'd think that the yellow flag would be a little bit of a clue to slow down a little bit, but obviously, well, yeah, and well, that happened. Unbelievable scenes here as Phil Sinkinen, stuck in the middle of the track, is some really fast-paced traffic comes by. That car very damaged indeed, and thankfully that's, I don't think, affected any of our class leaders or any leading class cars just now. But that was a huge moment there. Warning to car 12 for blocking the 333 car. That is the number 12 there of Rigoli Racing GT4 just now, as we're watching James de Havilland trying to go around the outside of Allen in that 144 Lamborghini just now. But my goodness me, that was some wild moment there, and I literally did just say that it was going to be 5 minutes of chaos, and we've got a car into the barrier on the start-finish straight, and what looked like cars just piling straight into it. There's 2.5 hours left to go here. And again, with all of the cars coming streaming right now, this is just an absolute melee. Every single car for themselves right now. You've got GT3 cars trying to make dive bombs on the GT4 cars, and then the GT3 cars trying to be opportunistic, and then the GT4 cars fighting themselves as well. This is mayhem. If we've got 2.5 hours left to deal with of this, and we throw rain into the mix, my goodness me, what a fight that we are going to have as you see the cars coming streaming down. And I'll do a little welfare check and see if my good friend David Addison is with me. He's just getting his technical issues sorted out, so he'll be back very shortly. But Luca Vinegar here for Revolt Racing. The two McLarens, in fact 4 McLarens here, because Wilmot's in front. You've got Abe Santima and Hillman just behind as well. So this is a proper little fight going on here. All of the cars involved. Heilman dropping off a little bit here as they come through Maggots and Beckett's just now. That's a great move up the inside there. That must have been a mistake there from Wilmot to allow that position to be taken away there. Great job done, and that is going to be Wieninger getting that and Wilmot having to drop back just a little bit there. So 8th position, and that could be another position lost there. No, as Wilmot's defending, Santima tries to take it, but this is all getting very, very fighty indeed. Just as I was complimenting the cars and the teams and the drivers for all being very well behaved, yeah, this is starting to get a little bit interesting indeed. Side by side with Abe Santima. You can see the other McLaren just on the inside. Oh my lord, they've got a GT4 car right in front of them as they come up through towards Abbey, through that right-hander here. And again, just showing you how hectic, how manic this race is going to be here for round 1 of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals here. Thomas saying is Sim Racing, yeah, they're definitely not having an easy day right now, because that number 22 McLaren is all over the back of them. Rocket SimSport trying as hard as they can. Grant Willamette, as we've got another race control message here. A warning to car 62 for causing a collision with the number 1 car. That's the Motorsharks esports car that was involved in that one. We're watching Jamie Tatui in the Audi in the Simply Race esports regime. He is currently chasing down the 113 car of F1 Memes Racing. And behind the wheel of that one is Amir Sabarov. There's a little bit of a wiggle coming through the right-hander. That is going to be Dom Healy for Wild Things Racing. And the Ferrari losing a couple of positions. We know the team from Wild Things Racing very, very well. Good friends of the SimGrid community. Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg, the usual team that they've got of Patrick Sodakai, Dom Healy and Sakari Leitinen behind the wheel of that one. Although we've obviously got Dom Healy here, we've got little bits of dust getting kicked off as the cars going through Maggots and Beckett's yet again. We've got GT4 cars getting thrown to the outside here, and whoa, overtake on the grass. That's of course because of course you do. I don't even know what the heck I just watched there, but not the not the bravest move at all. There's a little bit of contact between the 348 and Dom Healy again, and at which point almost completely lost for words at the action here. It's Dom Healy again having to fight off Catania here. This is awesome stuff. This is what we wanted to see in the first 15 minutes here, and outside of the top 20 is just properly giving us all of the action here. But Wild Things Racing's Dom Healy having to give up that position. You've got another GT4 car trying to make away here, but there's a send up the inside for Dom Healy. That car in front, the 348, going to try and turn back in it, and Catania manages to get into the loop there, gets out of it as well. Great defending there from that 348 Ferrari there of Glitch Motorsport. Matteo Ferrari doing an amazing job. He'll be cheering on Andrea Catania, as again all I can hear in the background is my broadcast producer shouting and swearing out of stress watching all this. So I'm pretty sure if I'm having a hard time in the commentary box here, our broadcast team are getting PTSD from watching all of this going on right now. But I think that it's not gone over to them. They've not got the message here. And chat, maybe you can agree with me here as well. They've not really understood that it's not a 20-minute race here. It's not really getting across. And VTGR League exactly pointing that out. After 30 minutes of racing, everyone's suddenly forgotten that it's an endurance league. It's an endurance race. Yeah, not really going too well. 2.5 hours left to go in this race, and again now we're going to start thinking of that rain. Now we're going to start thinking of those changeable conditions that were threatened here. Tommy Rozier, as we check in with the GT3 lead of the race, has now streaked off into the sunset, 2.1 seconds ahead of Eric Del Fante, as Aidan Walsingham, again, he's about 1.5 seconds behind the McLaren in second place, as Lars Kisser in fourth position as well in the Lamborghini for Unicorns of Love. So those four managing to escape from all of the nonsense that's going on behind us. Was that a move on Cops? Was that actually... sorry, that was Abbey, of course, they were going through there. That did look like a move. That was totally a move, or at least a look there from Dom Healy from Wild Things Racing. Unbelievable stuff you've got in the background there as well. The 114 as that's Hill trying to defend from Baccalini. And again, the two of them going side by side. That's going to be a move for Leonardo Baccalini for absolute Res Tech by Aisley. And that is going to be stunning if he can get that done. Not quite. I thought he had that in the bag, because they were going to be side by side coming down that hangar straight, but not quite able to make that work. Unbelievable stuff here. So chat calling us up on our meteorology. I did almost struggle for that word there, meteorology. That's it, yeah. Our weather check, our weather radar. It was due to be raining in the next 30 minutes. Look at the skies, that's all I'm going to say on that one. It's got decidedly dark here at the virtual Silverstone just now. And rain, I would imagine, going to be any seconds away as we're back to the fight here in GT3s. This is the number 2 Audi just now, just ahead of Genesis Esports, so Simply Race Esports and Jamie Tatui, and the Audi ahead of the Lamborghini of Cody Sherritt as they make their way down into Vale and through into Club Corner, long sweeping right-hander. Again, a corner I know all too well in real life, unfortunately. And then they make their way run down through towards the Hamilton Straight just now. Watching a little bit further down, back to the GT4s. It's great to see the GT4s just getting as much coverage as the GT3s, proving that they can be just as exciting. Albin Manson here in the number 28 SDLesports.com machine, just behind that number 252 car in front. The Alpine, again, he's fighting so hard for position for that 2S Esports car ahead of him. And of course that is Dominic Illner that is behind the wheel of that car there, doing a splendid job for Formula Racing League as we cut a little bit further forward. So this is Michael Romagnoli, and has... that I'm just seeing there, that's their GT4 leader, who is still 2 seconds ahead of Samuel Villa. That was just in front, as I was getting a heart attack there from my broadcast producer there, because the car that we saw in front there was actually the number 40, I believe, Box 3 Esports of Brian Knappen, that was just undoing him his damage that he got. He's got a 15-second time penalty just now, and we'll be having to come into the pits very shortly to serve that. I'll head over and get some info on what on earth happened there. It was a 15-second penalty for causing a collision to the number 13 car. So that was the McLaren that you can see just a couple of places up, and Robin Moore in the behind the wheel of that number 13 car. And Ina Cosman asking in the chat then how that lone Maserati is going to feel about the impending rain that is going to be coming on. To be honest, I think they'll be quite happy with it. They're down in P45 just now as we're watching Joshua Allen for Team 1FF fighting on and trying to hold on to a position there and not really succeeding there from the 112 just in front of him. That was it for 22nd and 23rd position, and Menno van der Molen in the BMW looking very menacing indeed, but it goes wide at Abbey into club corner, and that is never going to be saved. Great move there, great composure there from Joshua Allen to hold on to that and take that position. Jamie Luca van Kalben for RNL Roar in the 16th position car. And again, one of the things that we spoke about extensively on the build-up to this, and even through the first couple of laps here, is the fact that, you know, the car's just able to push so hard, no matter where they are on the track. They were able to fight and to enjoy the fighting that's going on. For instance, here with Luca Weininger, who is now up to P7 just now, getting ahead. I believe that might have been Lauro that he has just got past just now, as the 4 cars come streaking out. It is indeed Lauro. So Lauro, who we were championing earlier on, was up in 5th position, now down into 8th position. Tries to make a move up the inside, but also that's Abe Santima having a little fight there with the number 22 car, the Rocket SimSport car, Grant Wilmot behind the wheel of that one. So again, nobody has got the message through that this is an endurance race, that this is a 3-hour race. And again, you can see them still knocking lumps of each other in the background there though, as Leonardo Baccaglini round the outsides. There's no way. That is a beautiful move there from Leonardo Baccaglini. He's going to have the inside line then through into Vale. That was fantastic stuff from that 858 driver there, through right the outside of Stowe Corner, and I can imagine William Pisano and Simonietta will be very, very happy with that one. And there we go, as if you wanted more drama, more excitement, it is absolutely banging it down here at Silverstone. 2.5 hours to go. We've got half an hour left to go in this, and what is going to be the call here? Are we going to see cars going in for wet weather tyres? Not at this stage. We're going to see at least another lap of action here, but it's how quickly the action out there on track, the cars and the traction will deteriorate. So whoever was out there in chat praying to the rain gods, I hope you're happy, you've got your wish, as if it wasn't dramatic and traumatic for some drivers enough. The rain absolutely banging down here at Silverstone. And through to the right hand side, then we cut back to that fight with Abe Santima. Again, it seems to be, you know, heavier in different parts of the circuit here. It's a little bit easier towards the start finish line, and then it just absolutely rackets it down here on the hangar straight towards Stowe Corner. So again, getting heat and keeping heat into the tyres is going to be of absolute top priority for all of these drivers and these teams just now. The way that ACC works, of course, is that in conditions like this, you really want to, and again, this is based on my experiences. Oh, that's Benjamin Heilman having a huge moment there, rejoining the circuit, and look at how heavy that rain is getting now. That's down from 13th position. So again, chat, you can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but from my understanding here, it's all about keeping your tyre pressure up and keeping the heat in the tyres. If you clatter the curbs in conditions like this, you bring down the tyre pressure and you lose temperature, and it's a vicious cycle. That's certainly what I remember from my very limited experience here of Assetto Corsa competition. But we've got pit stops coming in thick and fast. Many cars deciding enough is enough. Absolute race tech by Aisleth. That is William Pisano in the number. Well, we'll get a check on that just now, but of course it's too early for driver changes, so this messes up the strategy, something rotten just now. And again, we cut to Michael Romagnoli And again, I'm just going to stay quiet for a little bit here. You can get an idea of just how heavy the rain sound is for these drivers just now. And actually, if we could go on board with one of the cars, we might get an idea of just how bad this rain is. Was slightly underwhelming, if I'm honest. I was expecting it to appear much worse. I was expecting it to be absolutely torrential on the windscreen there. Wasn't quite, but it is still very tricky and very, very difficult indeed, as Abe Santima still fighting with Lauro, who is just dropping like a stone at this point, side by side, and that is a bonehead move, going round the right-hander there, coming through in towards Club Corner. And my goodness me, that is not what you want to see. Nikolai Polyakov comes flying in at the speed of sound into pit lane, gets himself braked in time, slowed down in time. But wow, this is all starting to come undone for a lot of these drivers. This is your GT4 leader then, Michael Romagnoli. That car looking very gingerly, very delicate as it's making its way around in these tricky wet conditions here. And I wonder if he should have pitted this last lap round, because that track is looking absolutely soggy. Or as to comment chat just now, it's moist just now. Tommy's still out at the moment, our race leader, but Eric Delfante and Aidan Walsingham have decided enough is enough. They are into the pits with 20 minutes left to go in their stint. Konstantin Romanenko for Digiforce in that number 15 car is into the pit lane as well. And Ukraine Digital Force deciding that they want to get onto those wet weather tyres as well. So let's have a quick peek at who we have got going on just now. We have got, well, 2:09 is now the last lap time that's going in, so lap time's absolutely falling off a cliff just now. Tommy Rozier cuts to the inside of one of your GT4s just now, and this is starting to get a little bit treacherous if you ask me. Now that is a GT3 car going up the inside. That is the number 66 car that is around there. That's the Vacuum Racing ORT outfit just now, but I don't think they are on the same lap. I think that 66 is a lap down, and Rozier's still staying out. Well, this is untoward. I wasn't expecting this. Is Rozier going to be trying to hold on to the end of the stint here? Surely he can. Surely he's going to have to think better of it. Incident between cars 808 and 60 on lap 11. That's a 15-second time penalty to the car 808 for causing a collision. So that 808, that is going to be the Revolt racing car, and that is Luca Wieninger. And I have a feeling that that is a car that we saw absolutely launched over the curb and into the side of, I think it was Abe Santima. Yes, it was. So Luca Wieninger there with a 15-second time penalty, and yeah, that's going to be a fun way to put a hole in your race performance for sure. As we're watching Robin Lowe just now for Small PP Racing. That is a team name that I won't be using too much of through the course of this 3-hour race, but it's a community stream, so we can take things a little bit more light-hearted here at the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. After all, it is about all of the communities being represented here today rather than the teams themselves. And finally, has decided that enough is enough. And into the pits then comes our race leader, Tommy Rozier, into the pits, Lars Kisser, into the pits, Luca Vinegar, into the pits as well. So with just 17 minutes left to go at the top of the hour, again, a lot of these drivers deciding that wet shoes are going to have to come out and play, and that they are not going to try and do this anymore, although I believe Michael Romagnoli still out there on slick tyres and very, very gingerly trying to make his way around at the moment. So again, we'll wait with bated breath to see whether or not that car does come in here, but a very, very entertaining race nonetheless. And again, just taking a little look at YouTube chat, I'm just VGTR League. I can only send my biggest hugs to you guys right now. That was, I can't really apologise enough for what we saw there, but hope you guys get yourselves sorted out and get back out there on track just now. We cut back to Gabriel Felipe for Vacuum Racing in the 66 then, and trying to drive all the way around the outside. I think that's Just 9 in one of the, that's one of the Alpines in the GT4s we're seeing at the moment, with Robin Moe deciding to fight Van den Molen, and Van den Molen wanting to go and play in the gravel trap for DC Sim Racing. Menno Van den Molen there going very, very wide indeed out of club corner, and not quite able to make that happen. It's a wide corner, but maybe not that wide nonetheless. However, that BMW still trying to catch up nonetheless. But with 50 minutes left to go in our first stint of this 3-hour race, it's now going to be the Ferrari that is up in the lead of the race. Now that is the 20 RNL Roar car of Jimmy Luca van Kalben, who is just ahead, but I would imagine from the looks of it they haven't pitted. However, that is all to be decided right now, because what I have noticed is that Rozier then down in what is 8th place at the moment, but well behind Eric Del Fante. So quite a few positions lost there. That gamble didn't pay off, as the rain still tipping down here at the virtual recreation of Silverstone. Tommy getting past one of those cars. That's Catania, I believe, in the Ferrari, the 348. So Catania might still be on slick tyres at the moment. I can't imagine though. I can't imagine anybody surely is left on slick tyres at the moment. So just to confirm to VGTR League, yes, all 3 drivers are getting a stint. Obviously, this plays havoc with it because drivers have to come in to the pit lane during their stint, and it wouldn't make sense to swap out the drivers because obviously that messes around with the stint timers. You could swap out your driver, get the second one in, and then just bring in your driver towards the end. But again, it's a heck of a risk with just 15 minutes left to go in the first part of the stint. But what an enjoyable opening round this has been so far to the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals round 1 here live on the SimGrid YouTube channel. A very good afternoon to everyone that is watching along at home. It's Dave Christie here in the commentary box, joined alongside with David Addison, who is joining us live from Macau, and therefore is facing the obligatory technical issues, so he will pop back in every now and again. And as I said, you have to be extra nice because it's like 9 o'clock over there, so a huge thank you to David for joining us from there. But at the moment, all hell is kicking off right now, as that was Benjamin Heilman being overtaken by an Alpine. So there we go, that's safe to say. I think that car's still on slick tyres just now, as this is the fight now a little bit further down. You've got Joost Loon, who's just been overtaken by Jentel Van Tielen here for DC Sim Racing. Again, proving the point that we made earlier on, that even if you're outside the top 20, there is still literally going to be fighting tooth and nail going on, and this is quite literally for last place in the GT3s as it stands. Michael Romagnoli still in the lead of the GT4s as we speak. I did raise my eyebrows as well at that GT4 overtaking a GT3 car. It did look epic, but it's safe to say I think the top 3 or 4 cars, I think they're still trying to battle round on slick tyres at the moment. Certainly, they have to be, because if you look at the times, right, Jimmy Luca van Kalben and Benjamin Heilman, they're doing 2:14s at the moment. Wet weather tyre drivers are doing 2:06s at this stage of the race here. As we see, Bastian Richter sending it into the inside there at Stowe Corner. That is a huge penalty just been given to the number 11. Andrea Lauro has been given a stop-go 30-second penalty, and wow, that is a monster. We'll see if that is automatically been assigned or whether or not that is a race control. We do have a race control message for the number 500 car, and that is the Forza Italia PLE racing car, the Ferrari 296 GT3. They've been given a drive-through penalty for ignoring a yellow flag. So that's a drive-through penalty for that number 500 car, and I'm going to just gently close YouTube chat because I can feel the kickback from that one going to be picking up very, very shortly indeed. So we're flying about all over the circuit here as Eric Delfante, absolutely no surprise whatsoever, takes the lead of the race here, as we've got 2 cars into the pits very shortly. They don't have the pits just now, but Eric Delfante moving up to the lead of the race and doing a rather splendid job. Although you've got to say, for the slick trodden cars at the moment, they are doing just staying on the grid, just staying on the order is a big ask for them just now. What I will say though is Grantas Caracas in that number 55 car, he obviously is on wet weather tyres, because Veloci VXT, they were a little bit further down. And the reason I say that is they're doing 2:07, so they're doing lap times the same as Eric Delfante. So it's been very confusing over the 5 minutes that we've just seen, all the pit stops and everything right there. But that, at the moment, is a fight for your race lead. Eric Delfante defending against Grantas Caracas as Tommy Rozier goes down Hanger Straight, takes a position there from Heilman in that McLaren. Here we go then, this is the fight for the lead. 2 hours 10 to go, and they still haven't got the message that this is an endurance race. Thrilling stuff that we're watching here. Veloci Esports now, Veloci next, just behind your race leader in that 180. Of course, they're all racing for their chosen communities just now. And of course, the 180 currently in the lead of the race. In that 180 car, the Italian job ITJ Setups racing under the banner there of Formula Racing League. Just giving an update by our broadcast team, that penalty, the drive stop go 30, was for speeding in pit lane. We'll come back to that. The second contact down the back straight there. Grantas Caracas firmly shown the door there from Eric Delfante. Huge moment there, going down that straight there on Wellington. But again, it's proper fisticuffs coming out right now, as the McLaren still has the upper hand over that Lamborghini. I'm pretty sure that race control will want to have a little look at that contact there. I get the feeling that will be determined to be just firm but fair. Rubbing is racing between the 2 of them right now. Grantas Caracas recomposes them just now to try and have another go here at Delfante through the left end. This is the complex here, coming up towards Maggots and Beckett's. Then they'll be onto the Hanger Straight. Now, does Caracas want to just dip behind this car in front and get the slipstream on the run down to Stowe Corner? That's certainly what it seems through for here. But again, the acceleration from that Lamborghini, absolutely sensational. A little bit further up, Abe Santima on the recovery drive right here, getting ahead of Catania in that 348 Ferrari. Catania has been going back at a rate of knots, and that car just really struggling here for Glitch Motorsport just now. And you can understand, not everyone is a fan of these wet weather conditions, and with all the bumping and banging, it's very possible that some of these cars, some of these drivers taking on a little bit of damage here just now. Race control message then, instant between cars 1 and 500. That's what we were talking about. Drive-through penalty for the 500 for ignoring a yellow flag. So again, race control and stewards do not take kindly to drivers ignoring the signs that are out there and possibly causing other issues to other drivers here. Back to Wild Things Racing, the battle for P19 just now. I believe that is going to be the 808 Revolt car of Luca Wieninger, just ahead in the McLaren of Dom Healy here for Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg. They're making their way round to Club Corner as we speak, and we're already, believe it or not, 25 laps into the race. We've got a car off the inside there. I'm pretty sure I just saw a car into the grass. It's just rejoined just now. That is one of the Alpines. You can't park there, mate. You just can't do that. As Dom Healy has a little look through Abbey, this is going to be then into that right-hander, that deep right-hander. Thankfully not seeing too many issues here at Village, and nor at the loop either. We've seen one or two, but it's been fairly okay. 10-second penalty then to the 349. That's James de Havilland in the 349 for causing a collision with the 144 car. Now that is Louis Fleischer down in 22nd, so the two of them coming together, just a position up above just now, and trying to make the most of that. But a 10-second penalty, it's going to be a difficult one to undo, but it's not going to be insurmountable, and certainly you're going to want to have that at this stage of the race rather than the final hour of the race. Indeed, as we come up to just 5 minutes before our scheduled pit stops are about to begin here in round one of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals here. Michael Romagnoli then still in the lead of the GT4s at the moment there in that 204 Absolute Motorsport Isolith car just now. And that Pro GT4 car representing QRT Esports. Quite a few cars representing QRT today. We've got Motorsharks Esports out there representing them. We've also got the Armenterio Torpedo Attack out there, as well as Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg that we just saw a couple of moments ago. As we said, we've got Absolute Motorsport Isolith out there for QRT, and then I believe we've also got Absolute ResTech by Isolith, so the 858 is out there as well. Final warning, and when they say final warning, they literally mean final warning. That is, stewards have given up. They are done telling you the 112 has now used up its last life, and that is Marco van der Molen in that 112, who has been told off not to do it again, and if he does, he will be sent straight to sim racing jail, I think is the essential term on that one. It basically means don't mess about anymore, and this is what I was saying about not wanting to get the attention of the stewards so early on, because there's only so many times that you can get the ability to push your luck with the drivers. Right, while we've been watching all of that, while we've been distracted, Grantis Caracas has actually taken the lead by Eric Del Fante then. The gap now 0.6 of a second, so I get the feeling that that is going to be a little bit of a moment for Del Fante just now. We'll see if we can try and get a replay of that. As you can understand, our broadcast production team absolutely working flat out, trying to get all of the action caught on camera as well. So, you know, unfortunately we will miss things, but we will do our best to try and get replays where possible. As we're seeing that Veloci next car of Grantis Caracas right now in the 55, making his way around, and opening up quite a bit of a gap from Eric Del Fante in that 180 car just now. So the Italian Job Racing having to be demoted 2 seconds, and you've got to say they did a really good job. It was an inspired decision to pit as early as they did with that weather. I think Tommy Rozier really scuppered his own chances staying out as long as he did, and it's very, very unfortunate to say. And I am going to have a little bit of a Welchevich check, because I think we might be joined by David again.
Well, hopefully, David.
Welcome back.
Hear me? I appear to have missed all the fun whilst the internet in Macau has done whatever it's done. So apologies, it's been a rather arduous half an hour to leave you on your own. I'm sorry, and I missed all the drama, because when I was last here, we had, as you were saying, the McLaren comfortably in the lead, and it was sunny and bright, and now it's been raining, and it's all a very different order indeed, isn't it?
You lied to me, David. You said it never rains here at Silverstone, and yet here we are, absolutely bucketing down conditions, and it's safe to say that these drivers really, some of them enjoying these conditions, but for the likes of Tommy Rosera, I think he was caught on the wrong end of strategy. He tried to stay out as long as he possibly could here, as we check a replay of how the lead was done here. So it looks like it was an Alpine that kind of got in the way. No real fault of Alpine, it's just doing its own thing there, but a very fortuitous move there for Grantas Caracas to take advantage of that and just send it up the inside there and make the most of that. The thing with traffic, of course, David, is that it gives and takes away in equal measures.
It does. And just going back to what you were saying about strategy, I suppose in a sense drivers always want to try and hang it out until they get to their pit stop. They don't want to come in early. They want to make it and have to make a second pit stop. They want to do it absolutely at the right time. So if you're going to do a tyre change, do it when you make the mandatory stop, the regulation stop. They're one of the other McLarens being run out wide of the Beckett's S's. But yeah, the danger is you go too late, you stay out too long on the wrong tyre, and you just hemorrhage time. And by the sound of it, that's what happened to Tommy Rosera. So kind of I can see what was in his mind, but it just didn't work out in execution, did it?
Yeah, it's certainly full points for giving it an effort nonetheless. It was pretty awesome to see there, as we saw just in the background there, Martin Klassen. That was the fight for 9th and 10th position, and I believe that was Benjamin Heilman that we saw going very wide at Maggots and Beckett's. And yet again, the rain looks to be easing a little bit. It's very deceptive from the different camera angles. Certainly it's not raining anywhere near as hard as it was earlier on, but we're now back into that situation, David, with just, you know, a couple of minutes before we get cars in for their scheduled stops. GT3's right in the middle of all of this GT4 traffic right now.
And you've got to be so careful, because to do the overtaking, sometimes you've got to go offline, which is where it is even more treacherous, because by definition that's where cars have not been. So back on here, Robin Moe keeping at bay number 2 now, which has got Rui Nunez behind the wheel. Now this feels like quite a long stint by Robin Moe. I seem to recall he was in the car earlier on, so he is really into his last 5 minutes here before he's got to come in, otherwise he'll be over the allotted time limit for allowed driving stint, won't he? He's doing his best to hang on to 16th place, but he's only got probably 2 more laps before he's bound for the pit lane.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's the thing, because I believe, if I'm right in saying, and again, chat will be the first to absolutely maul me if I'm incorrect on this, but I think the pit timer or the stint timer resets as soon as you go into the pit lane. So when they came in to change their tyres, that should have reset the timer. But of course, all 3 drivers have still got to drive anyway. Yeah, no, good point. So that does mean he can carry on for a little bit longer. And then you've got to factor in the minimum time driven by the other 2 as well. But it's a great little battle that's going on. Robin Moe in the thick of it all. 79 Ferrari also looking particularly racy right now. That being the car that Dom Healy is behind the wheel of and just moves himself through. Then up into 17th place down towards Cox. And they've got an Alpine to sort out as well as they go into the right-hander. So it's all happening. It certainly is, and just in the background there as well, you can see in 19th position, very menacingly, is Rui Nunez, as we've got all chaos kicking off. I believe that was an Alpine trying to rejoin the track there, right in the middle of Maggots and Beckett's there, and Rui Nunez got caught right up in the middle. We cut a little bit further up. This is Tariq Adam for Genesis Esports in that number 33 Lamborghini. We're hearing that the rain has actually stopped here now. That is going to be perfect timing for a lot of these drivers, I think, here, because while we're watching this battle with Yuri Petrochenko and that BMW ahead, we've got about a minute or 2, possibly 1 more lap for all of these drivers before they come in to do their mandatory or their scheduled pit stop anyway. I can see a couple of these drivers thinking, braving out on slick tyres.
Yes, because it comes back to that point. You want to try and combine the tyre stop with the mandatory stop to do the driver change. Big, bold effort there, look on the inside line. So the 2 McLarens going toe-to-toe up towards the loop on the outside line 113, which has now got Chekalokin at the wheel a bit, and he's gone ahead of Hellman then up into the top 10. That was a bold effort, wasn't it, around the outside there, going up to the loop. Timur Chekalokin going through, but he's straight away is back under attack, because to the inside Benjamin Hellman has a look coming into Brooklands. Out wide goes Chekalokin, just avoid contact, except Chekalokin gets all sideways and opens the door at Luffield, and back up the inside goes Hellman. And if he's got the drier line, which he has, he should come out in front, but he doesn't have the speed, and therefore it got a little bit angst in between the two, but Helman is at Woodcote first, and that means that for the moment he's ahead. The inside line for Copse Corner, though, is exactly where Chelukin needs to be. He's lined up the move. Is he going to go fly to do it? No, he sits tight, stays behind, so he's still 11th as they round Copse this time.
Yeah, but they're going to be side by side. There was a way to joke about how polite Chelukin was there, just gifting that position very politely, but again it was just a snap of oversteers. They're coming side by side through Maggots and Beckett's. That was surely never going to be on the cards there, but they managed to make it work, making back into the order there. That's a great drive out there from Chelukin, gets onto the curb there, really rotates those wheels. The overspeed of that car slides it about from left to right, and that's how you lose a position, because there comes Yuri Petrochenko in between the pair of them. And I've also just noticed that is going to be into the pit lane was Tommy Rozier, so Rozier into the pit lane and out again, but yet it still looks like he might be in the car just now.
Which is interesting, because you would have expected a driver change. I know he knows what the conditions are like, but you'd have anticipated to divide it up pretty much around the hour mark. More drama as number 1 Alpine gets turned around there. Look, so the Motor Sharks esports car gets bounced off. It will rejoin, but I'm afraid to say that's cost Daniel Saragin quite a bit of time. What, 50th place now he is. There was another of the Alpines in the pits as well. I think we spotted them a moment ago. Was that treble 1, the next Neon car in? Vincent Proel, Ricardo Hillegeist and Jan-Philipp Nürnberger's entry. Though now more and more of these pit stops cycling through up down the order, aren't they?
They certainly are, and what I've noticed there from Samuel Villa there in that Glitch Motorsport car, moving across to the right hand side, possibly trying to get a little bit more water onto those tyres and cool them down. We're at the point where the dry line definitely appearing here, and these wet weather tyres will bubble up like bubble gum very quickly. They become greasy and slick and slidey, and definitely not ideal for racing around. So again, if you are going to be coming into the pits, slick tyres is very likely your only option at this point. Certainly you're not going to last more than 10 minutes on a set of brand new wet weather tyres out there just now. But we're into our 2 hours left to go then, and we're still watching Glitch Motorsport's number 117 just now. To give you an update on the lead of the race then at the moment, it's still Grantas Caracas ahead of Eric Del Fante. That's the first and second. Bastian Richter for Unicorns of Love up to P3 just now, but remember we are just moments away from pit stops as well. The 1, 2, 3 of the GT4s as we're watching Michael Romagnoli then. That is fantastic timing. Romagnoli in the lead of the GT4s into the pits, as is Jack Oliver in second, and Luciano Fitzvoigt in the GT4s is in third position. So they all three of them into pits at the same time, and that is synchronised from those top three in the GT4s there, David.
Yeah, so absolutely together on track and in sync with the pit stop. When you rejoins to Clark White, Jack on bring.
So we'll let David go and knock everybody out at the hotel and beat them off their hotel Wi-Fi for just now. But at the moment then, as we see the pit stops coming through just now, again, Lucas Congrattel for Virtual Drivers by TX3 in between a rock and a hard place right now. He's got a couple of GT3 cars around him at the moment. There's a message from Race Control. Incident between cars 211 and 62. This is on lap 14. That's about, what, 16 laps ago. 5-second time penalty for the 62 for causing a collision. So again, if you're back with us, David, Race Control having a very difficult day. They're still looking at incidents from half of the time of we've been on track.
But at least what that does prove is that they're getting the right decision. So okay, it might take time, but the right decision gets there in the end. So that's all good, I think, and fair play to them, because they're watching a completely different take on the race from what you and I and everybody else at home is seeing. As there you've got then 55 Grantas Caracas in the traffic, 32 laps in the book now, 2.5 seconds to the good. And here you've got that dichotomy of what he was going to do. Does he push hard in the traffic to stretch the lead, or does he just have a little bit more caution to make sure he doesn't get delayed or he'd be caught up in anybody's incident? Bastian Richter has pitted out of 4th place, so that car now, the number 14 Unicorns of Love Lamborghini, that drops down the order. More pit stops cycle through, and the next fascination, of course, is going to be how people in this middle stint cope with a road that is potentially greasy to start with and dry by the end of it. How hard and how early are they prepared to push?
that is something that we're going to be keeping our eye on through the remainder of this race. Another race control message there, incident between cars 349 and 858. It's a 15-second time penalty to the 858. That is Pisano in the Ferrari that you can see there for causing a collision. So again, definitely having their work cut out for them just now. I'm trying to keep an eye on Tommy Rozier in that 14th place car just now, let's have a look there in the number 27, that he's got at the moment in the McLaren. He's doing 205.332, which is around about the same time as all of the wet weather tyre drivers at the moment. So I'm not sure if he has actually pitted, or if maybe he had a drive-through given to him, because it doesn't make sense why he would come into the pits and not change tyres and not change drivers. We see a Porsche going very, very wide.
Yeah, that was 87, I think, wasn't it? That has sort of yo-yoed its way up and down the bottom end of the leaderboard, but that car straying onto the grass just briefly. But yeah, number 20 Ferrari then, pressing on. 19th that car now is. You're looking at it coming out of Stowe Corner with Eskil Pieth at the wheel, as Tommy Rozier, still shown as being behind the wheel of that McLaren, presses on. But after what was a comfortable lead a little while ago, he now has got quite a big rebuild job, hasn't he? Because look at the gap he's got to try and make up. 3 seconds here, then 3/10, then over 5 seconds, then nearly 3, then 3.5. It's going to be a tall order, this. It's going to be a long afternoon from here on in for the man that started on pole position, and he's fighting the car out of left field there, isn't he? You can see the effort being applied.
Absolutely is, and again you can just see how much he's struggling to keep control of that car at the moment. It's certainly not going to be a bundle of fun out there just now. 205s at the moment. We've got a message from race control, a 5-second time penalty to the 110 car for causing a collision with the 799. That's the Vipperman Racing GT3 car of Yuri Petrochenko in the BMW, and that is then the incident that we saw earlier on. That was the 799 car, the RCI Esports GT3 car, the McLaren that we saw getting bundled into the grass there. So a 5-second penalty being given out by race control on that one. We've got quite a few pit stops coming in just now. I was also noticing that a little bit further on as well, we were seeing that Luca Wieninger was looking close to be heading into the pit lane as well. But with an hour and 50 minutes in this session and in this race left to go, I don't think we've actually seen too many driver changes. The only one of note at the moment is the number 14 car that I saw earlier on. That is Sasha Vassner for the Unicorns of Love behind the wheel of the GT3. And of course we then have our former race leader in the 204 is now Mattia Zampedri for Absolute Motorsport Acelith.
Yeah, I was going to say that's another significant change. And Zampedri now is given a pretty hard stint in a sense, because he's told, right, there you go, we're in the lead of the class, or we were, go and get the lead back, and also see what the car is like, and also drive Silverstone in the wet that you may not have done before, and do that all on your outlap. So you've got to be bang on the money straight away. So an incoming driver doesn't really have any opportunity at all to get himself built up. If you think about a real world race, or even a virtual race like this, you've got the build up to it, you've got the formation lap. At least you have a feel before you're thrown into the bare pit of the race itself. Well, an incoming driver for stint 2 or stint 3 does not have that luxury. Into the car, and you've got to be flat out and on the money and expected to deliver straight away, as there through the traffic goes number 1 for McLaren up the inside into Stowe. That was bold and it was brave, but it worked.
It certainly was, and what a move that was there. Just noticing from the timing screens there that Paul Yakov there in the 133 car get the stop-go 30-second penalty there for speeding in the pit lane, as that was a huge moment for Brizio Campanella. Very lucky to leave with all the bits left on his car there. But again, David, it just shows you how quickly things can go wrong in the blink of an eye here.
Absolutely right. There's Petrochenko on the outside of the BMW, and this with the McLaren right there behind him, Chelikin. Again, it comes back to what I keep saying, keep out of trouble. You've got to be mindful of the traffic, and it's not just what you're doing, it's what somebody else does, and when they get a rush of blood to the head. Now let's see what Chelikin can do. He's rebuilt his stint here, hasn't he? He's managed to gain partly with other people pitting, and ahead of him is that BMW that's copped the 5-second penalty. So now Chelikin on the tail of Petrochenko. The McLarens, though, just look so good around here today. He lines up for a move on the inside, and Abbey, the gap was there, but in the damp, in the greasy conditions, no, not worth the risk. Do that on a straight, where you've got the straight line speed of the BMW with all that grunt, just able to pull itself out by a couple of lengths, extend the margin out of the left farm. coming out of the loop now then, so through that left-hander back onto the power. You can see the effort being put in here by Chelikin, but the BMW for the moment just has that advantage, albeit a very slender one.
Feeling that it's a case of when, not if, for Timur Chelikin at the moment. What I've noticed as well is in that top 10, the McLarens, you were mentioning about how the straight line speed of them seems to be, you know, just a real thing right now. It's right the outside. That is Vinegar in the 808 Revolt car. We didn't even see that. A little bit of a nudge there from Chelikin, and I get the feeling, well, he's into the pit lane. I think that might very well get looked at from race control there, because we've seen that incident, that type of incident happen quite a few times. And in fact, pretty much everyone coming in from the top 6 of our GT3s right now. So I would imagine it's going to be tyre stops and driver changes where possible.
Yeah, Chelikin in also, isn't he there? As Caracas still leads then in 55. He's nearly 3.5 seconds to the good. So he's built that cushion, and now what he's got to be mindful of is the traffic just up the road and pick his moments to find a way past. Doesn't want to be all heroic. You see what can happen when you get involved in somebody else's race, as it were. And so when there is a gap, you will strike. But Caracas there having taken over number 55 from Walshingham. That Luke Whitehead has guessed it. He in theory should be at home. Down Wellington Straight comes the race lead. And in a sense, the heart of Frantas Caracas sink, because he's all of those back markers up the road that he's got to address pretty shortly.
It really is, and again, it almost feels like deja vu. We experienced this in the first hour where all of the GT3s were having to catch right up to the back of the GT4s. The only saving grace, I think, at the moment is now the GT4s. Looking at that track map on the right-hand side there, they are now scattered about the entirety of the map. But in comes Grantas Caracas then from second place then into pit lane, and who is going to be taking over the car for that? Well, I would imagine it's still going to be Grantas then, because Aidan Walsingham's already been in the car, and I think it's far too early for Luke Whitehead to jump behind the wheel. But again, you know, these wet weather conditions really throwing a spanner in the works for the strategy here, because with it coming out half an hour into the first stint, or maybe even 40 minutes into the first stint, you know, it really makes you question, how do you deal with this? Do you put another driver in when you put the wet weather tyres on and just change it about there, or do you try and make the time up later towards the end of the race? So many moving parts and so many questions for all of these teams to deal with.
It makes sense, I would have thought, to keep Caracas behind the wheel, because exactly what you say, he knows the car, he knows what the conditions are like, he can adapt to those for the remainder of this middle hour before they put Luke Whitehead in for the end of the race.
So it is in Walsingham then, it's back behind the wheel, so taking that with a pinch of salt and decided to throw caution to the wind there, as in Walsingham back behind the wheel of the Veloce next car in that 55. So chasing down the order here is that 55 Lamborghini, as Eric Delfanti now is quite considerably into the lead then, is at least a pit stop ahead of everyone else at the moment. I would imagine that gap will probably be around about 35 to 40 seconds when they actually do things just now. So back into the lead then goes Eric Delfanti for ITJ Setups in that beautiful gold and black McLaren. And again, the one thing that we're seeing here is that this is definitely the McLaren and Lamborghini show. Those are the two cars that you kind of want to have on a day like this, and anyone else that's not in one of those, it's not so much that you can't come and play, it's just that your work's going to be cut out for you.
Now that last round of pit stops has really brought Tommy Rozier back into the mix, hasn't it? Because he's back up into third place. Now, I was saying a couple of laps ago, he was in for a long afternoon to try to claw back some of that lost time. Well, it's still not going to be easy, because more pit stops will have to be served by his car. But all of a sudden, its overall standing now looks a little bit more optimistic, does it not? Third place, there it is, on Wellington Straight. So you've got Delfanti back into the lead in number 180 McLaren. That may not necessarily be the quickest car in the race, but it's been a consistent one. And a Walsh back at wheel on 55 after a good early stint. Running in third.
And one thing that's actually just crossed my mind right now at the pit stops with that wet weather as well is drivers might have just elected to just take tyres and not actually refuel up and just see how, especially if they knew it was going to be a short period of rain, and just take the tyres on, knowing that they were going to have to come back into the pits anyway in, say, half an hour to get rid of the wet weather tyres. So I wonder if that's why we're seeing such a mix in the strategies just now, because it makes it very difficult as well to accurately gauge where the cars are on track and who they actually are genuinely fighting with just now. One thing we do know at the moment is that Tariq Adams from Genesis Esports at the moment having a proper little fight for 9th position right now. That is the 799 RCI Esports car that's just in front of him. Ignacy Bushek representing DC Sim Racing at the moment, and of course that number 33 team representing JL Motorsports community. And again, I think the communities are going to be very pleased for the most part with all of the action from these teams here and how well they've been represented, David.
Yeah, I think so, because the quality of the racing has been good and the size of the entry is good as well. I know we had 1 or 2 squads that withdrew late, but the overall entry has been really, really good. And a 3-hour race, and especially in mixed conditions, to throw another variable at them, will be, I think, well received as well, because quite often you have an esports race with fixed weather, and that isn't necessarily what you get in the real world. So that variable that we've had has certainly thrown the race early on as well up into the air, and some people now benefiting, some rebuilding their races as a legacy of that. Now, what happened to the Petrichenko BMW number 110? They've had a driver change, have they not? So it is now Florian Mach behind the wheel, and that car is down in 15th place. A longer pit stop, of course, with that 5-second penalty that they had to do on the hold, and it means that now 110 is down in 15th place, but not out of the hunt yet. They could still be there or thereabouts for a top 6 by the end of the race, I think.
Absolutely, they've definitely got a fighting chance just now. And what I was saying just a couple of moments ago as well was, if you're going to get a penalty, if you're going to get yourself into trouble, for me, I'd much rather do it in the first half of the race, where you've still got a lot of time and ability to actually undo that damage. You get a penalty like that in the final hour of the race, and it's almost certainly going to be curtains for any real effort that you've got. But get it within the first hour and a half, and you've still got a real good chance of undoing all that damage that you're doing. As we see Matteo Zampedri here for Absolute Motorsport Aisleth in the 204 Formula Alpine, as we're calling it for today, in the leads of the GT4s just now. That is the 500 Ferrari going up the inside, the Forza Italia PLE racing car of Lishan Brachinka just up in front, again undoing that GT3, getting away from GT4s and getting themselves back up into P29. That will update itself very shortly, and I think Zampedri will be breathing a slight sense of relief, because for the most part here, a little bit of respite from all these GT3 cars. He does have the 858 car just behind him, that's Simone Ietza just behind him in the Absolute ResTech by Aisleth car, and I'm pretty sure, given that they're brother and sister teams, that there will be a friendly agreement that they're going to get out the way for each other. Not to mention, it's a GT3 car and a GT4 car. But again, battle still happening further down the field there. You can see just in front, that's the 67 Armenterio Torpedo car just in front. That is Rafał Stanczak just ahead, and again getting all sorts of sideways there as we're watching the Brabant Esports 62 of Regan Mitchell. Now Regan really kind of caught out there by that GT3 traffic and is kind of held him up a little bit there.
Another thing to bear in mind with the Alpines, the GT4 class, effectively, is now how many laps down they are on the leaders. Now, I'm not saying that to humiliate them, I'm just making the point of the speed differential, because we've had nearly half the race now. We've had an hour and 20 of the race, give or take, and so yes, we've had pit stops, yes, we've had mixed weather conditions, but multiply the different lap times over the course of the 80 minutes or so that we've had, and the Alpines, the GT4 cars, 2-3 laps away from the GT3 machinery. So it shows the speed differential and how that magnifies, how that grows effectively over the course of a long race.
Completely different subjects. Obviously, sim racing commentary is something that you've kind of been brought into over the past couple of years here. Is it something that you could see yourself giving a go? Do you think you could see yourself behind the wheel of a sim racing car?
I'd love to try it, because I would like to learn more about it. So yes, I suspect I would be hopeless, but it's not as damaging as being hopeless in a real world car, is it? So yeah, I'd happily give it a try. Maybe that's a winter project. So once the real world season closes in mid-December, then I might have to make some efforts to go and explore this. But I mean, look, to go back to your point about commentating on it, it has taught an old dog new tricks. It has opened my eyes to a whole new world. And you talk to some of the young drivers, whether it's in GT or touring car racing, and they are fully embraced by what esport, by what a sim can do, what it can teach you. There's still an education process, I think, to go on with some of the older motorsport fans. And people still look down their nose and say, well, what we're watching now is a game. Far from it, because the realism is outstanding. And you could turn this broadcast on and look at the cars and think, oh, what GT championship is that racing in Silverstone, without instantly thinking that it's virtual, because the graphics are so good and what the drivers are experiencing is so realistic. So I'm all in favour of it as a concept, for sure.
And just to elaborate on that as well, again, a fantastic memory that I've got is from the SRO as well, a couple of years ago, when all of this was integrated and it was brought in. And right at the start, as you said, there was a lot of drivers looking down their nose and essentially sneering at the idea of sim racing being brought into it. And how much has changed in the past sort of 2-3 years since then, with it now being an integral part of the championship, not just an addition to the side, but actually part of the real life championship as well. And now you've got the drivers, the real life drivers, actually bringing on and partnering with sim racing teams to improve their own ability and work hand in hand. It reminds me of Acodis ASP working with Williams Esports and being very, very successful both on track and in the sim last year. So again, these partnerships, it's a strange place that we're in if we think about it 5 years ago, but what a wonderful new world we're in.
Well, absolutely. And if you like proof of how the real world embraced it, I can think of Monza at the start of 2021. We had our first on-site esports race for the real world drivers. They qualified on the sim. They went out and did the real world qualifying session, and the difference between the two pole positions was a tenth of a second. And at that point they thought, yeah, this is realistic. That's how close it was. And it was the same front row, different order, but the same two drivers for the front row of the grid. And at that point, I think a lot of people thought, yeah, okay. And you're quite right, you score real world points for your team out of the esports races. As back on track here, it's a great battle. It's still raging on, isn't it, between McLaren and Lamborghini. 7 has got Ignacio well, in 9 pace.
Losing you a little bit, but yeah, a fantastic battle here for 9th place, as you were saying there. Ignacy Bruschek here for RCI Esports just now, having to fend off Tariq Adam, that Genesis Esports car, like a hyena just hunting for its prey right now, as we've got another race control message here, incident between cars 111 and 113. Final warning to car 113 for causing a collision. That is the F1 Memes racing team, and that was with the Next Neon Racing outfit in that 111. And again, you're already halfway through the race. You don't want to be getting the attention of the stewards at this point. Breaching that, you've got your final warning now. You cannot do anything, and if anything, now the stewards are going to be actively looking for you to be breaching that.
Well, yeah, and of course the bulk of those offences were incurred early on, weren't they, by number 113 when it was driven by Timur Chelikin. Now they've had a driver change, so they've put now into that car the incoming driver, which is Eugene Goncharuk, but he's the one that effectively that carries the last warning for the car, so he's got to be even more on his best behaviour as a legacy of Chelikin's zealotry in his earlier stint.
And the thing is as you said, that is a wild amount of baggage to be carrying with you into your next stints. It reminds me of other platforms where they've got penalty systems in place that are based on, say, penalty points, and you can be 1 point away from that point limit before you get a drive-through penalty. And yeah, I've left my teammates in that position many a time. Incident between cars 799 and 117 on lap 28. It's a 10-second time penalty to the 117 for causing a collision. So that's the GT4 variant of Glitch Motorsport. Samuel Villa, Simone De Nicola and Oscar Tringali behind the wheel of that.
Now that was a car that was in the top 3 in the class early on in the race, wasn't it? So that's quite a significant penalty. It's fallen down anyway. It's Tringali at the wheel currently, and it is 3/6 in class. But that's a big blow, as here 114, which has had at the wheel of it Jenti van Tielen for much of the race thus far. He is busy trying to find a way past 66 Ferrari, which is currently Gabriel Philippe in the Vacuum Racing ORT entry. They're together. I'll tell you what you can also see now, David, quite clearly, that the road is drying and how much faster it is.
Absolutely is.
How much more confidence the drivers have to push once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that gap, just to give you an idea, lap times under wet conditions was about 2:08, 2:09. We're now back under 2 minutes for a lap, so we've lost 10 seconds off of the average lap time here. In fact, last lap time there was a 1:57 for Aidan Walsingham there, as we've got another message from Race Control coming in. Incident between cars 112 and 808. That's a 10-second time penalty to the 808 for causing a collision. You're going to hear that an awful lot. That is the revolt car, though, of Luca Weininger, Corbin Benke and Brandon Ray. So we saw that incident, and just also seeing as well, just to give you an update, the 808 Revolt car has now got 2 penalties today, so they now have 2 licence points. That's the limit. So the teams all have a licence point system of instance that they're allowed to have over the season. They've now reached that. Any further penalties, you'll get another penalty now on top of that for breaching that. And again, it's a system organised by the SimGrid and VCO to try and encourage much cleaner racing, much fairer racing between these teams, and for them not to absolutely rack up the points here. And at such an early stage in the first race, that is like the sword of Damocles, David, hanging over their head right now. As we go with Tariq Adam on board for Genesis Esports into that right-hander Village. Again, on the run down towards the loop here, and he's got a car on his inside, so he's going to have to watch out here. This is side by side. I think that might still be Buchek that he is fighting with, because he's also got the Ferrari of Peath that is in the mix there just now. And Tariq Adam manages to clear that car there, and again, we're now coming up to the point where traffic is becoming a bit of an issue here, and the car's making their way round that right-hander at Club again, as we've got a proper 3-way battle. I think that is, of course, the lonely, you've got to say, Maserati GT4 at the back of the field here, but that is still the remaining of that battle with Ignacy Buchek just ahead in that McLaren there. Tariq Adam still hunting down. We've got Ailey Dabins here into the pit lane, so that is our first driver change for the 27 car now. Again, for me, that is a very unusual amount of time being taken by Ailey Dabins, by Tommy Rozier behind the wheel of the car. I wonder, maybe they don't have Frank Briata, and maybe they've been given special dispensation by the championship here for today. But at the moment, oh, and look at that, Eric Delfante swapping over the car to the 180. Your former race leader has a stop-go penalty. That's going to be for speeding in the pit lane. That is a monster penalty, and that is going to be a huge, huge blow to this race already. Unbelievable, unbelievable stuff as we're on board with Ailey Dabins. We look back towards the fellow McLaren there of Kovac in the 13 small PP racing machine. Robin Moe handing that car over to Martin Kovacs. Get a little giggle from my very immature broadcast producer behind the scenes there. That's why I've not said that team name for deliberate reasons. But they are going to be representing JL Motorsports. On the other hand, though, it is nice that we can have an event like this that is, seriously presented with the SimGrid and VCO, but it's kind of a little bit more lighthearted. It's aimed at celebrating the communities that are out there and supporting us and doing a rather good job. And again, trying to stall for time here as I'm watching all of this amazing fighting. Tariq Adam is facing the world's largest McLaren at the moment. That thing is so wide, it's just unpassable at the moment. But the two of them kind of on their own at the moment just now.
But that penalty, as you say, to 180 now really does influence the race, doesn't it? Because it's going to be a very, very long penalty to serve when they can ill afford to do it, and it does bring the Tommy Rosaire McLaren sort of back into the mix, really. So it's just like any long distance race. Yes, it's about being quick on the track, but it's about having the minimum time spent in the pit lane. A part of that is down to penalties, so keep your nose clean, keep out of trouble, and a pit lane speeding offence, if that's what it is, we think it's what it is for number 180 McLaren, that has really kicked them. We'll try and work out whether it was speeding on the way in or the way out, which the guilty party is, as off the road there goes 87 Porsche, David Slater at the wheel of the car. He's about to get going again.
Yeah, he gets safely back on track there. That's going to be an interesting question, actually, for the Italian job ITJ setups, whether or not that was Emmanuel Tagine that was speeding on the exit, or if it was Eric Delfanti speeding on the entry into that. Because I mean, imagine getting behind the car and you immediately cause a stop go 30-second penalty for your team. That's the exit, the outlap from hell, I think.
Probably the last time you drive for that team as well, isn't it? Especially given a good plate. It's a sure way to get your P45. Do not count back. Right there, 144, looking very rapid. Another of the Lamborghinis, ideally suited to Silverstone. Josh Allen in the Huracan from the Team 1FF ASAP.de team. And he's in 16th place right now. And that 87 Porsche that we saw having a spin, David Slater at the wheel of it, that I think was one of the last entries, wasn't it? So making its presence felt. It was late with its delivery, late on the entry list, and then having a spin to draw attention to itself.
Goddamn sim racers in their attention grabbing ways, that's all we can say on that one. It's obviously wanting to steal as much of the limelight as they possibly can, but it's great to see nonetheless. Still keeping in. That's the other thing that I've liked to see at the moment. Despite all of the chaos that's been going on, I think we've only lost one car from this race, Francesco Fidelibus in the number 60 car in the Lamborghini. All of the other cars at the moment are still on track at the moment, so we've still got 50 cars circulating. And you know, for sim racing, it can be hit or miss. So some cars can just decide after 20 minutes, oh, we're not going to win the race, so we're going to ditch it. But I think with this having the emphasis on representing community, David, I think it's more about taking part and just completing the race here.
Yeah, I would go along with that. So at this point, you know, you've got to the halfway point. It's been a tough race thus far. It's not been easy for many of the teams, for the drivers. So those in a good position now don't want to squander that. But look how quickly Silverstone drives. Same in the real world. Normally Silverstone, because of its exposed nature, ex-airfield, it's quite blustery. That wind does help to drive the circuit pretty rapidly, as we're looking at the 12th and 13th place fight here with the McLaren of Eugene Goncharuk on the back still of number 110 BMW, into which we put Florian Marc. And actually that BMW standing its ground, isn't it? It's maintaining that advantage, only what, 3 or 4 lengths, but it is staying ahead.
It's certainly doing its work for it. The whipping and racing the car of Florian Marc doing a grand job of standing tall and holding out there. As we see the Porsche, this is the number 87 QRT eSports car that we saw on its contact with one of the GT4 cars. That's a huge hit. A very unfortunate incident between the two of them there. I don't think that fault can be assigned really to either car. Maybe just a little bit more attention needs to be paid from both sides. But this is always the issue you've got with multi-class racing, a miscommunication, a little bit of a mix-up, and it all goes wrong very, very quickly indeed. As we're back watching here, now this battle has been absolutely fascinating, David, here. Tariq Adam in the Genesis eSports car in that Lamborghini, still onto the back of the 799 RCI eSports car of Ignacy Bushik, and that McLaren, you were talking about the BMW doing a great job of defending. Oh no, that's a huge incident. That's our former race leader, the 180, Emmanuel Tagine, hit presumably in contact with Nipam Shahir for VRM Racing. And well, if things go bad to worse, I mean, you talked about a P45 getting given. I think the hook is getting drawn as we speak, David.
Well, indeed, that cost both of them dear, doesn't it? So back into the race, but the McLaren yet another blow after a really good first stint by Eric Delfanti, and the race is just unravelling around them. So I'm afraid to say more time lost now. They need an awful lot of bad luck to inflict the opposition to really now bring the car back into the hunt, because it's just going to tumble down the order.
Yeah, and again, it's the case of a recovery drive. You'd be amazed at what you can do in an hour and a half here at Silverstone. So again, they'll just have to keep circulating and see what can happen here. That's a huge moment for Tariq Adam coming through that right-hander at Abbey there. An unsighted GT4 car almost allows that number 20 Ferrari just behind of RNL Roar to get a chance there. But again, it's straight back up to the McLaren just in front. And just before we cut away to that accident, I was singing the praises here of that 799 car just in front for RCI Esports and Ignacy Buchek. The defence right now has been absolutely top-notch. It's not exactly cost them too much time, but at the same time, they are doing just a grand job of defending that position as that BMW, like a stalwart, still holding on. Florian Mack there in 12th position. So again, 9th, 10th and 11th altogether, and 12th, 13th, 14th altogether out there on track. Let's take a quick replay of an incident that happened. I've got a feeling this is going to be the 180 here. So these are GT3 cars still fighting for position. That's an unfortunate incident there. And again, just miscommunication there, David.
It was. Two drivers go for the same line at the same time, and nobody was going to win out of that, were they, sadly? So number 180 drops down the order and would have picked up damage, so it might well be that even though it's still in the race, the car does not have the pace that once it did. In time, through the traffic goes number 113 then, so Gontaruk onto the back now, and he is also under attack from 27, which goes one side and then the other, so it is Elie Debons who took over from Tommy Rozag, goes to the inside line at Stoke Corner. There is a gap, there is a move, and it's going to work, I think, because that's a tighter, quicker line, and the McLaren should go through. Switch between the pair of them, except that on the outside line now is Debons down to the end of Vale, and back on the inside line to retake the place will go Gontaruk, but Debons up the curb, down to the ground, and should just about have the tighter line coming out of the corner, absolutely together. Great racing between these two, and it is going to be Elie Debons on the inside line all the way up towards Abbey now. They're still side by side, but eventually 27 McLaren gets the job done and goes 13th. That was hard racing for 3 corners side by side.
That was absolutely epic from Gontaruk there, along with Debons. So Debons, as you said, taking over that number 27 car, back up now to 13th position. Gontaruk slipping down to 14th position as well. We've still got that fight with 7th, 8th and 9th going on, and 10th, 11th and 12th at the moment. We've got a message from Race Control. Warning to car 717 for unsporting behaviour. So that is our 4th place car at the moment, Noah Eder, and that's on the 11 car. So I'm presuming that is going to be one of our lapped GT4 cars that gets that was on the receiving end of that. No, it wasn't. That was Ethan Faulkner in the GT3 in 26th position. So I can put 2 and 2 together there. Maybe it was trying to overtake a lapped car, and maybe far too aggressive for the steward's liking.
In contrast, though, Aidan Walshingham is doing a fantastic job. Now, I'll hold my hands up and say that from esports commentaries down, this is the first time I've come across Aidan, and I think he's driving absolutely impeccably because he's keeping out of trouble. He has been quick, he's been consistent, he has been smooth. He's also done the lion's share of the driving in this race, it seems, within that car, and has done an absolutely mighty job. And the gap that they have managed to pull over the opposition is largely down to him. He's back now on a drying road, which is exactly what the driver would like. And so the number 55 Lamborghini Huracan that started on the 2nd row of the grid now looks like a very comfortable leader with an advantage of nudging up to 22 seconds. Uses a big bite of curb on the inside at Woodcote. He's got more back markers up the road, but the way that he's driven thus far, yes, he catches them very rapidly with that speed differential GT3 on GT4, but only when he's absolutely confident that there's a gap and they've seen him does he go through.
And that's, experience right there in sim racing and real life racing as well. It's called racecraft, that ability to have a sixth sense about yourself, the cars around you. Is a huge send up the inside from Elie Debons on Florian Mack there. Mack's going to try and hold the inside line into club corner. And there's no way, surely, that Debons can hold that round the outside. What a drive from Elie Debons. That is amazing stuff. I fear that Elie might lose out there coming down this Wellington straight here, but to be fair, that BMW just really is no match right now for the McLaren around the outside there. A little bit of contact into the BMW. Very, very unfortunate to see that happen between the two of them. Kind of sours the ends of that little battle there for me, for Elie, but again, two cars trying to go into the one corner, and unfortunately that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
And I think also that in all of that, Emanuele Goncharuk has got ahead as well. So as the BMW of Mark was sorting itself out, Florian Mark dropped another place. Meanwhile, in GT4, which was ever thus, 2-0, is in the lead, and it is Michael Zampedri at the wheel of it. And not only does it leads by 25 seconds, this car. Now, that is a huge gap, bearing in mind that in qualifying, in the early part of the race, we were talking tenths of a second because we had, three absolutely nose to tail in the early laps for the category lead. But a combination of incidents and the weather has enabled 204 to build this monster gap. Treble 3 is the car doing the chasing, the virtual drivers by TX3 car, and that has now got behind the wheel of it Lucas Congretel. But 204 of Zampedri looking absolutely mighty in class at the moment.
Just on that note as well, I've just noticed that it's quite a peculiar coincidence shared by the GT3 leader and the GT4 leader, Aidan Walsingham, in the lead of the GT3 class by 23 seconds, and our GT4 leader in the lead by around about 25 seconds. So again, just to see both of those so far out in the lead. Oh, and that's Tariq Adam into the back of Ignacy Budchek. We saw that fantastic battle, and I get the feeling that the two of them have come flying into each other there. The 113 of Goncharuk there as well, getting a drive-through penalty. So that fantastic fight that we were seeing there with the McLaren of Eugene Goncharuk, drive-through penalty for them. Again, that's going to send them tumbling down the order. We've got penalties coming in thick and fast as well. You've got Malio in the 22 getting a 10-second penalty, Rafael Malio, and then in the 808 as well, Brandon Reyes getting a 10-second penalty, as we've got a message coming up, the 717 and the 22. 10-second penalty for the 22 for causing a collision with that 717 of Noah Eder. So possibly some afters there, and again penalties coming in thick and fast here, David. I always wonder at this point in time, it's a 3-hour race, if they ever forget that they're actually in a 3-hour race and they think it's a touring car race. As coming out of Maggots and Beckett's, 1 hour 15 left to go in this race. As we jump to a replay then, this is what happened with Tariq Adam, and that's that McLaren just a couple of moments ago there. Oh, that's so unfortunate. So close to see what just happened there. Tariq Adam will almost certainly, I think, bear the brunt of that one, and I can imagine race control are going to be scribbling away furiously very, very shortly indeed. Ignacy Budchek making his way back round just now. Patrick Sodekai for Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg, a team that we haven't seen for at least 20 minutes, so it's good to get a little bit of a check on them just now. They are fighting for 15th position at the moment, because the McLaren that's in front of them that is in that 15th position, that's Martin Kovacs there, and of course he is racing for JL Motorsports at the moment, or certainly racing for the community of JL Motorsports just now. As you can see, the Ferrari try to take a slightly different line coming through Club Corner and then through the loop, as we see them coming down the Wellington Straight then through the left-hander at Brooklands and in towards Luffield just now. And what we're also seeing is that a lot of these times, a lot of these laps and positions are gained, several laps in advance. They're having to queue up things, they're having to push as hard as they possibly can here. Joshua Allen for Team 1FF is who we're watching just now. Florian Mack then in the 110 just ahead for Vipperman Racing GT3. That was a great run by Allen. Surely this is going to be a move on the run down the hangar stretch. Got slipstream, tucks that car in, and is it going to be a move into the inside, into Stowe Corner? Thinks better of it. So the BMW just able to have the run here as we cut back to Elie de Bons. And again try to take that position. So another moment here with Butchek there. They've got a GT4 car, 3 cars wide there, Davids, and again just having to thread the eye of a needle there, and it's so close to that going to disaster. It's 1 hour and 12 minutes left to go here, as we've got just up in front. So Butchek has been discarded off. We've got the 23 just up in front. Now that is the Clean Racing Finland car. That's a car we've not seen pretty much through the entirety of the race today. That is Mikko Ricola just behind the wheel of that one. Patrick McCullough is also behind the wheel, so I'm going to presume those two are related in the team for Clean Racing Finland. And you've also got the 87 car. Now that is a car that is much further down. That is the Porsche that you can see there. So De Bont, in the space of a lap, has gained up 2 positions and into the top 10. Here comes Brandon Reyes through the right-hander at Klops, trying to catch on to the tail end of the RNL Roar car of Eskil Peath. Through Maggots and Beckett's, and again these cars bearing down on each other at an incredible rate of speed here. But we look to the clock and we look to the fact that we've only got around another 15-20 minutes left in this stint here just now. But again, a good exit out of Maggots and Beckett's onto that hanger straight, and that's what leads them down to that Stowe corner. But again, just in the background you can see that fight for 11th and 12th position just now. You've got to say as well that Eli De Bons has absolutely cleared Ricola and Butchek just now, as we go back to the fight for 5th position, 4th position even, for GT4. This is Oscar Tringali for Glitch Motorsport. Just in front of him is the 21 Team 1 FF GT4 car. That is going to be Nico Solomon that's behind the wheel of that one, taking over from Nicholas Arnke just in front as the two of them come down Wellington Straight again. Slipstream not as much of an issue in the GT4s, but also Tringali tries to send it round on the inside, and Solomon again just deciding that he is going to hold off for just a second. Beautiful slipstream there on board with Oscar Tringali for Glitch Motorsport. Sends it up the inside, and Solomon has to submit to that one. That move was so clean, clear and crisp from the 117 Glitch Motorsport car there. Really, really nicely done indeed. Out of Maggots and Beckett's again, those GT4s just pushing themselves just now, as your race leader is coming through. Oh, we've got a huge fight here then. This is the number 20 then. This is the fight we were talking about, RNL Roar here, and Eskil Peath fighting against the Revolt car of Brandon Reyes. Just now, the two of them side by side as they come out of that corner there, the complex through Maggots and Beckett's. The run down the hanger straight towards Stowe corner, that long sweeping right-hander here. Then it's going to be down into Vale. On the inside though is Eskil Peath though. On the outside of Brandon Reyes. Has he managed to do it? Because that is a stunning move. He has managed to do it, gets the inside line, but I think that Peath is going to try and keep the inside line. But again, it's a case of a drag race round the outside. Brandon Reyes is going to take that one. There's contact! Absolutely unneeded. We've got a car off in the background as well. I think that is De Bons is in there as well. And absolutely unnecessary between the two of them there. It's when fighting just goes a little bit too far and gets a little bit too hard. As around the inside, that is again, that's going to be Butchek that's trying to get involved in here, and this is starting to get a little bit messy, starting to get a little bit scrappy, and I think cooler heads need to prevail very, very quickly indeed. Eli Debons then falls back, and all of that hard work that was done there is absolutely undone. Thankfully didn't get hit with that contact there, but just got caught out with the fight between Peath and with Butchek there. Up the inside though goes Aidan Walsingham, so we'll go on board with the Veloci Vex driver for a lap. So with just over an hour left to go, we've got a yellow flag out on the circuit. We've got a car off at the loop section just now, and in Walsingham in the lead of the GT3 class at the moment. Some huge chaos kicking off just outside the top 10 just now. We'll bring you up to speed with that very shortly. Pavlo Polovchuk still in second place in GT3. Sasha Vassner in third place just now in that number 14 car in the Lamborghini. And then down to the GT4 car, it's going to be Mattia Zampedri, who is in a commanding lead, 20, almost 30 seconds now ahead of the 333 of Lucas Congratel, and then Konrad Kula in third place in the GT4s. But David, a wild 10 minutes there, some chaos and carnage from the GT3s, and again, when you're getting to this tail end of the race now, you kind of have to think about saving yourself and saving the car, surely.
Well, yes, you do, because it's not only your race, you've got two other drivers' races that you are going to be affecting. And this is where teamwork comes into play, of course. It's also where keeping a cool head comes into play. It's reading the race as well and picking your battles, because, and this is partly down to what you can gain from, in the real world, the people on the pit wall, in this, people on a Discord chat maybe. But for example, you might be having a great battle with a car going down towards Stowe Corner right now, but if that's on a different strategy, if that's, say, a pit stop ahead or behind, it's not really your fight, it's not really your battle. So it's knowing who you have to be fighting with for the overall classification. It's knowing really when to give up a place and when to really push for it. And much of that is not just down to the man in the car or behind the rig in a virtual race like this, but it's down to the team in Discord to give them the right information so they know correctly who they're racing against.
And that's exactly what we're seeing here, because it's a hell of a fight right now with Matti Rakkala. You've got Brandon Reyes in this, as well as Eli Debons in that number 27 car. These are the three that we saw knocking lumps and causing huge amounts of contacts just about 10 minutes ago. Just up in front as well, that is, I believe, is the 799, just managing to sneak a little bit closer as well. So Buchek actually dropping back, to 12th position. But again, you know, with the fact that Brandon Reyes has got that 10-second penalty, you'd think that his team would be on voice chat with him, just saying, look, calm it down, we don't need any more of this. But yet, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because drivers are going to be drivers, and your right foot just wants to go down that little bit further than the person next to you.
Exactly, and because they've got that 10-second penalty, they don't want to be losing even more places. They're going to lose some on the next pit stop with the hold. And equally for Eli Debons, yes, okay, with that 10-second penalty for the car ahead, the place will be gained on the next pit stop anyway. But while 27 McLaren is stuck behind that penalised car, it is in jeopardy of being attacked by others for its position. So you can't just sort of sit there for another X minutes and hope that you'll luck into the place. There are occasions where you've got to push because your own race is in danger of being compromised. Now, you know, if it's the last 10 minutes and it's for position and you're safe of the cars ahead, then fair enough. But I think at this stage, with still an hour of the race to go, you've still got to keep fighting, even if the car ahead does have a penalty.
For sure. And I think that's exactly what they're going to be doing here as well. And we said that a little while ago with the fact that we've still got, 50 cars in the race. I think we might have lost another one. I think we're down to 49 cars as Charlie Booth has retired the 40 car. So unneeded contact there from Martin Laurent there in RCI Esports car into Stowe Corner there, into the back of another GT4 car. I think that was actually fourth position. I think that might be Nico Solman, as we see race control message instant between cars 3, 4, 8 and 13 on lap 31. Bear in mind we're on lap 56. It's a warning to car 13 for causing a collision. So that 13 car is the car of Thomas Jack, Martin Kovacs and Robin Lowe in the wonderfully named Small PP Racing.
I think the steward's internet's on the same speed as mine. Down the pit lane then comes 349, so pit stop due for the VRM racing car. That's James de Havilland, Nipam Shah and Philippe Moreira in the Huracan that is in. But again, just to go back to the stewards joking apart, making sure that they've looked at every angle, and if they are going to apportion blame and give a penalty, that they are absolutely right or convinced of their decision. They've looked at all the available evidence. Now 808, 9th on the racetrack, Brandon Reyes at the wheel, but that car is going to drop down on the next round of pit stops. So Elie Debons right on the tail of 808 once again. In comes 34 then out of 5th place. So in is the Thomas Enger sim racing car. That's Sandro Van Sant in. I think Matteo De Campo is looking driver that's going to do the last stint. De Bon's not giving up against Brandon Race and needs to clear that car swiftly because, of course, just up the road ahead is number 20 Ferrari, and that has got SKLP behind the wheel. So De Bon's could gain 2 places before a pit stop.
Yeah, and it was so unfortunate because Elliot de Bons was so close, but actually got caught out in that little fight. So it was SKLP came together with Buchek, and de Bons had to take avoiding action at the exit of, I believe it was a Club Corner, had to go off to the runoff, but lost significant amount of time there. But that's a huge move up the inside, or at least looks up to the inside, but can't quite make it. Oh my me. Right, we've had a quick look at the weather forecast here then, David. Rain forecast again in 30 minutes time. That's now a broadcast producer that tells us, I'd just be glad that he's not in our ears on that one just now, because whenever we have rain in the final hour of a race, usually we get it in our ears. Obviously can't be heard on broadcast, but screaming like a banshee with excitement on that one. So the answers have been, the prayers have been answered, and the rain gods are going to be greeting us again. That is absolutely potentially huge and race changing.
Absolutely right. There is 87 then, David Slater's Porsche that's had a spin. That car rejoining, that's the QRT esport entry. So pit stop, we've seen that in strife over at Club, and it rejoins. You wouldn't think it was going to rain, would you? Look at the glorious sunshine, but Silverstone can be fickle like this, as more of the Alpines come to pit lane, and there is Sam Pedri. Now, the best part of a lap up in class, so absolutely dominant in 204, that car for the Absolute Motorsport team within the GT4 category, and the little Alpine just running rampant now away from the opposition.
It certainly is, and again, it always makes me wonder, but then you've got to factor in all of the incidents that have happened, all of the weather changes, and also all of the traffic that we've had as Congratel decided to jump into the pit lane early, and I wonder if that's going to affect any of the drivers' strategies, knowing now that the weather is going to change. So in the sim as well, for those watching at home, as the drivers are racing about, at the top right of their screen it has a little indicator with what the weather is due to do and when it is due to do it. It comes in increments of 10 minutes, 30 minutes, I believe, and then an hour. I might be wrong on that, it's been a while since I've been in ACC, but certainly up top right they get a little indicator so they'll know that rain is on its way. Message from race control, incident between cars 501 and 211, it's a 10-second penalty to the Wipperman Racing GT4 of Jan-Marcel Dietrich, Andre Oshman and Alexander Groth for causing a collision, and that seems to be the recurring theme, David, causing a collision. It's hitting everyone today.
Well, it is, and it's the second penalty for that car. Dietrich caught one early on, remember. There, leaving the pit lane is treble 3, so that is now Lucas Congretel at the wheel, as the blue flag is waved by the marshal to the traffic, as you see the number 13 McLaren trying to squeeze its way through the traffic, the Simol PP Racing car, and that was Robbie Bowe. It's now Martin Kovacs at the wheel, so the small PP Racing entry through, and there, look, is Eddie de Bons, who is now ahead of 808, so Brandon Rise has dropped back, and it means that now SKLP is the one under attack. Good stint this by de Bons, and with penalties for others in the race, 27 still, I think, can gain a whole one before the end. Now that is the number 55 Lamborghini, which has just made another pit stop. It's still shown as being Aidan Walshingham behind the wheel, but it's made yet another stop. So Walshingham has had, this is his third stint, I think I'm right in saying. Luke Whitehead should be in the car, but the graphics still showing Walshingham, but Luke Whitehead has now taken it over, we understand. He has yet to do a stint, so it does make sense, and therefore each driver has had a stint, and Luke Whitehead will bring it to the end. He's got to the next timing point, everything updates, and so at the moment he thinks, well, this is good, in the notional lead of the race, best of the pit stoppers, and dry road. If only he knew what was around the corner, right, David?
Yeah, I think he's really not going to be thanking his lucky stars for getting this final stint there. On paper it would have been an amazing final stint to take it to the end, but yeah, who knows what is going to happen with this weather right now. What a fight going on for P10 right now. Buchek and Allen just now have got a race control message. Instant between cars 21 and 12, that is the Team 1 FF GT4 and the 12 of Rigoli Racing GT4. It's a final warning to car 12 for causing a collision. So again, Stuart stewards are going to be paying extra attention here, as you see, still up in front as well. We just caught a flicker of Elie de Bons there, still trying to hustle and hassle Escapiz there in that number 20 Ferrari. But again, Luke Whitehead behind the wheel of that Lamborghini now. I think that is going to be showtime for that number 55 Veloci Vex car. We know the pace that Luke has got behind the wheel, and again, you just get the feel in this final hour something absolutely unpredictable is about to happen. I know that's such a cliche here, but with the rain coming in half an hour, this is pretty much anyone's race right now.
You would certainly think so, wouldn't you? Because it was such a leveler earlier on when we had the first shout. There's another one on the way, then we fear, as 144 heads up towards the end of the lap and bails for the pit lane as well. So that means that Josh Allen comes in, chasing after the 799 McLaren, which was brought in by Ignacy Buchak, and almost overlapping as they arrive in the pits there. Meanwhile, back on track, Elie de Bons on the tail of Esquil-Piz. And can't do anything at the Beckett's S's, but now, David, I think possibly lining up for a move at the end of Hangar Straight into Stowe. What do you think?
It's certainly looking that way. I was just the way to say on those two cars going into pit lane, it's amazing how much drivers will use to get any sort of advantage whatsoever. But back to this fight here, de Bons, I've been stunned with the pace that that car has right now, and the drivers right now. It's going to be a look up into Stowe. Last of the late breakers, that looked very, very straightforward for Elie de Bons, and nowhere for Pete to go there. A little flashing lights there, and that's left them vulnerable here to Brandon Reyes, who's going to try and make the move down into Vale then as they come through into club. A little bit of contact as well, but that is going to be Reyes every day of the week. So that is two positions gone in the blink of an eye for Esquil-Piz there in that number 20 Ferrari, and that is not what you want to see coming into the final hour of this race. A little bit of frustration there from Esquil-Piz there, I think there, but de Bons, I mean, look, already done the move and already about 2 seconds up the road here just now. Fabulous pace on this 27, although it's not surprising because of course we saw Tommy Rozier behind the wheel in the lead of this race for such a long time.
It was the pole position car, wasn't it? But 27 McLaren now back into its stride. Esquil-Piz losing a couple of places. Make Piz not war, but I'm afraid he's fallen back. 717 in the pit lane, so that's the Bischoff Gamal Ida Lamborghini, and that serves its next regulation pit stop. So the race leader on the road at the moment is number 15, which has got Pavlo Polovchuk behind the wheel of the Ukraine Digital Force McLaren. 4 seconds to the good from number 14, which has now got who we put behind the wheel a bit, Sasha Vashner in the Unicorns of Lab entry. And 4.3 seconds is a gap worth monitoring, I would have thought. The 717 rejoins the race. That was in third place, but of course will drop down as a legacy of that most recent stop. As in, next comes the Genesis esports car. So from 6th place, number 33 down the pit lane, Tariq Adam. Again, all these shuffles, and in theory, this last round of pit stop should put the driver in that's going to not only take the car to the end of the race, but also have to cope with any possible change of weather.
Well, that's what we're waiting to see, with just about 25 minutes left to go before any potential rain change or condition change rather here at the virtual recreation of Silverstone. I was just looking as well, that Ukraine Digital Force car I think has been kind of under the radar for most of the race. It's been around about sort of 4th place in the first hour, then it jumped up with all the rain that went on up to about P2, P3. And now, you know, going up to the lead, of course, it's a provisional lead because we're in the middle of pit stops at the moment. But what a run it's been from Pavlo Polovchuk, so we'll keep our eye out on them. The other team I'd keep an eye out is obviously Sasha Vashner in the Unicorns of Love now. I would imagine they'll be handing over the car to Lars Kisser for this final stint of the race. But one car that's not had its own run, its own way just now, Eugene Goncharuk here for the F1 Memes Racing team. They've had penalties and contacts and all sorts of nonsense going on for them in the 113. They've got 40 minutes left to go on their stint here, so this might be one to watch here, David, because they could be coming into pit exactly when it starts to change.
And also there are a couple of cars up the road with penalties, but you're right, I mean 113 has been up and down the order like the horse draws, hasn't it? Up down over the course of the previous 2 hours. It's on the up once again. Goncharuk has done a lot of driving in that car as well. Third place, number 22, is the most recent one to cop a penalty, so this car of Rafael Malho now gets a 10-second hold on the next pit stop, and 4.8 seconds, so the lead gap remaining pretty constant as now Luke Whitehead tries to get through the traffic. He's got to be mindful that in real terms, this car is in the pound seats for the race win. So doing anything rash is not a good idea at all.
It certainly isn't, especially when you've got that third place car right in front of you with that 22 Rocket SimSport car, Rafael Malo, as they come into Stowe Corner. We've got a yellow flag out. I believe that's just actually an erroneous one, because RNL Roar into the pit lane, Eskel Pete into the pit lane as well. So that does sometimes come out with no real reason. So if you do see a yellow flag and it's just a car on the left hand side of the track map, it's just a bit of a bug in the game and nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, we're seeing all these GT4s. David, I always wonder about these poor GT4s, because it's so stressful to do a 3-hour race anyway as part of a team, but I think that, you know, especially with the fact that our GT4 leaders into the pit lane just now with that commanding 28-second leads, they must age by about 20 years after this race here, because multi-class racing is always an experience.
It is, but I think it's something that you get used to. It certainly teaches you racecraft. It certainly teaches you about how to operate by looking in your mirror. But in the end, you just have to sort of plough on with your own battle, because actually you've got enough to worry about with your own class rivals. You can't always be thinking about when the next GT3 car is bearing down on you. It is something that sometimes deters an AM, because they don't like constantly having to look in their mirror. They rather be in the quicker car and do some of the overtaking rather than be overtaken. For other drivers, they just don't have a choice, because it's a cost-effective way of getting into a real world race championship. And quite right, I mean, it's not the most fun over 3 hours or 24 hours constantly looking in your mirror, but equally you're in your own race and you've got to focus on that and bring it home for yourself and your other two co-drivers.
Yeah, I just want to pick up as well on a comment that I made earlier on the race about the GT4 class being quite popular. I did actually mean in real life the GT4 class is very popular. Of course, here at ACC, it doesn't tend to get as much popularity as the GT3s, as you can probably understand. A lot of people prefer to go for the louder, faster machinery, but in this point, they're not really given a choice. And there you go. What a move, David. Oscar Tringali into the pits. Simone De Nicola takes over and hit with a stop-go 30-second penalty. Your leader of GT4 is in absolute tatters with 50 minutes left to go in the first round of the SimGrid VCO Grand. Oh my goodness me, that is so. Yeah, never mind. That was 204. Right, okay. I got excited. We can just forget I actually said anything there. Senior moment, we'll call it.
Tringali has been in the hunt, or that car has been in the hunt all day long. But you're right, cops a 30-second penalty, so 204 still leads the class. But any hope that car had of winning the class, you're quite right to get excited. It has gone. 30-second stop-go penalty. It sounds pretty draconian, so it's there, it's applied, can't do anything about it. It further eases the task, doesn't it, of 204, because the class-leading Alpine, the pit stop ode, is going to be given over to Michele Parella for the last stint of the race, and it makes life much easier for him to bring that car home, seemingly now, for a class win.
The thing with that as well, without having that extra pressure on you, you would think makes for a much easier race. But again, anything can happen with these potential changeable conditions. All we've been told is that there's going to be rain in the next sort of 20 minutes. We don't know how heavy it's going to be. We don't know how long that's going to be going on. So again, it could just be a little bit of drizzle. It could be, you know, some very mild rain. But again, with everything still up in the air, you're never going to want to take too much for granted.
No, absolutely. And so actually now, if the savvy teams are aware of what the weather has in store, they'll be telling their drivers to push and try and build up a gap, because then if they have a margin, if they have a cushion and it does start to rain, they can afford to back off the pace and not have to go absolutely flat out and risk everything and just consolidate. Equally, are we going to see in that last stint who the web-footed drivers are, who excel in the rain? We had one or two of them showing their colours earlier on when we had the first downpour, and we could see some more wet weather heroes in the remainder of the race. 47 minutes then on the clock at the moment, but potentially half of that might be wet.
And that is exactly what we have got on offer. Very, very tantalising prospect here at the virtual recreation of Silverstone for round one of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals, coming to its conclusion. 3 hours almost in the books. We've done 2 hours, so we've done the working end of it. We're watching Cody Sherritt again here for Genesis Esports, trying to make a move on that number 34 Thomas Eng Sim Racing car. Now, these two have been absolutely at each other's throats all day. Abe Santima was the car that we saw earlier on, having to defend quite often on this one. Sandro Van Sant was a little bit further up as well, but further back down now, having to fight for this position. But I do think this is out of position for the 34, because I do believe the 34 has just pitted a couple of laps ago. But either way, Cody Sherritt in Genesis Esports decided to try and harass that 10th place car for everything that it's got just now. Also noticing with Brandon Reyes and Rafael Malio up in 3rd and 4th position, having those 10-second penalties. I wonder now if that is a little bit of solace for the cars that are, say, in 5th position and 6th position, the likes of Florian Mack and Patrick Sodekite. They will likely want to fight for position, as into the pits comes Chris Warner from Apex 1. I wonder if that is going to allow a little bit of respite for those cars in 4th, 5th and 6th position to know that they're at least going to gain 2 positions out of this all, as Emmanuel Tagine for the 180, again getting all sorts of fighting with Eskil Peet here.
Interesting as well, fast snap for the race for the car in 24th place now. William Pisano in 858 has got the fast snap of the race credited to that car. Meantime here, the fight still rages on as down towards Brooklands comes the McLaren then. So you've got their number 180 of Tajadin going ahead. So that car, which has been, of course, up and down the order, like many of the McLarens, it's had its good stints, had its bad bits, but there's the chance of gaining more ground before the end, having now moved ahead of Eskil Peet, up towards Woodcote, through the right-hander, and now that car is ahead, so it looks as though Tajadin is getting away. Down towards Cops Corner then, 45 minutes of the race to go. Turn right, this car running in 12th place, should buy back at least 2 places, I would have thought, before the end. But it's still, I'm afraid, that car now suffering as a legacy of its earlier couple of offs.
The other thing that we don't know is, with all of the chaos and the carnage and the collisions that have happened throughout the field here, we don't know how many cars are nursing any sort of damage right now, and how drastically that can affect the car's performance here in the Assetto Corsa Competizione. It can have an effect of, just a mild visual effect, all the way to, taking 2-3 seconds off of your lap time. And sometimes it's still better just to circulate, even at a slower speed, than to come in and get the pit stop, get the damage fixed, because the pit stops can be quite lengthy here on the Assetto Corsa Competizione as well. So strategy going to be front and foremost for all of the drivers right now, but we've got 45 minutes left to go here as Rafael Malio then comes into pits in from 3rd position here. We're watching a GT4 car getting absolutely sandwiched there by Cody Sherritt there, and Matteo De Campo, as De Campo still viciously tries to hold on to that position. Sherritt tries to get the cutback as they come through the left-hander there, through that arena section, through the loop, through entry, and then onto the Wellington Straight here. It's going to be last of the late breakers here, I think, into Brooklands, David.
De Campo shot himself in the foot by being late on the brakes into Village and getting it wrong. It compromised him up at the loop, and ultimately he loses the place at Brooklands as Sherritt goes through in the Lamborghini. So De Campo brought that on himself in a way. It was a tiny little error, but just as we were saying early on in the day, you can't afford to make mistakes at Village, because it is a very important corner. It sets you up for that next sequence, and so Sherritt then now he's up into the top 10, even though that car has also got a penalty against it. Look.
Yeah, I've just noticed that as well, the 33 getting a 10-second penalty. So that is on lap 50. That's for hitting the 799. That was the incident that we saw earlier on, the RCI Esports car of Ignacy Bucek. So that is what that 10-second penalty is for. We'll get confirmation of that just now. And again, it just shows how badly that can cause damage to things. Talking of damage, I thought that car of Pavlo Polovchuk there was absolutely battered there. Turns out it's just a very, very slick looking livery on that thing. It's very modern with lots of pinstripes on that. It did look decidedly second hand though there.
It's a combination of a highlighter pen and stealth, isn't it? It's a really weird job. But it's coming to the pits as the race leader, so that's now going to give up the lead and drop down. As you see there, the car with the fastest lap, 858 Ferrari. That is William Pisano coming across the line and gaining a place in the process, because he's up the inside of 112, the DC Sim racing car of Tim Troquet, and he makes that move work at Cops, forces Troquet wide. Going to be a track limit drama, isn't it? Troquet gets back onto the circuit, keeps the place, but that I suspect might get looked at, although Troquet will argue couldn't do anything about it, Gov. I know where to go, he forced me off the road.
think that's exactly what he's going to say, and in exactly that same sort of accent as well. We'll wait and see from race control there as they come across the GT4 as well. Pisano gets a second bite of the cherry down the hanger straight there, tucked in firmly behind the BMW there of Truquet. Looks up the inside into slow corner. The BMW holds it off there, and William Pisano can't do anything. In fact, actually loses out a little bit of time there in absolute res tech by Ace-Lift. You can flash your lights all you want, my friends, but you were caught out on that one, I'm afraid, as Frank Briat here for SEL Esports takes behind the wheel of the 27. So that amazing stint that we saw there from Elie Desbons passes on the baton to Frank Briat, and they are in behind the wheel now for the final 40 minutes of the race. We're about 10 minutes away, I believe, from our changing conditions, so it could be any point in the next 10 minutes. And the skies, we were commenting on how could it rain. It was looking very, bright and blue skies. It's gotten very, very dark here.
It has, and quite quickly as well, as their Pisano presses on up into 23rd place now at the expense of Tim Troquet. Ferrari versus BMW. But yes, the rain is certainly a coming, isn't it? It's getting darker. Virtual anoraks are being pulled on, I suspect. The temperature drops down towards Brooklands. Then comes this battle pack for 23rd, 24th places. And up the road, more penalised cars. So actually these two also should stand to benefit before the very end of the race. And who knows what is going to come thanks to the change in weather conditions if and when that arrives. Because if the road becomes very, very slippery once again, we could find cars slithering off the track in a very jumbled order for the checkered flag.
Well, the first question that we had during that first rain session was, when do you pit? When do you decide enough is enough? And we get a beautiful shot of the very, very ominous looking clouds off in the distance here at Silverstone, as you see the cars streaking round. Strategy wise though, the first thing we saw during the first change of weather was cars trying to be brave and trying to hold out. Now that was where we saw the 27 actually lose out. They were out in the lead and they decided to hold on those slick tyres, and that dropped them significantly down the order towards the back of the top 10 there. I think they're probably going to hopefully learn their lesson and get in nice and early, because it was those cars that decided to pit very early that were able to make the most attack on those wet conditions.
But it depends, does it not, how heavy that rain is going to be? Because if it is drizzle and your hot, slick tyres are working and can cut through that drizzle and you don't have to pit, then you might be able to brave it out, rather than come in, lose time by putting on wets, and those wets not being quite enough because the track surface is greasy more than fully wet. So it's going to depend, I think, on exactly how heavy the rain is and indeed for how long it lasts. We are hearing it's going to be heavy rain when it comes, and it's about 10 minutes away. So with half an hour to go, we're going to get the first spots of rain, and it could be all the way to the end. It could be a heavy shower. Teams don't know, but what they do know is that the race order is going to shuffle as a result, for sure.
What I feel really sorry for is that 180 car just now of the Italian job ITJ setups. That's Emmanuel Tejagin behind the wheel of the McLaren there, has just been into the pit lane. Of all the times to get your pit stops done, I mean, 5 minutes, 10 minutes before it starts bucketing down, that is very, very unfortunate. But again, it's a case of, you play your chances and you take your shots on this. You have to try whatever you can, and unfortunately you have to pit when you have to pit. As we go back to Thomas Jack in the number 13 car just now, down in 18th position, currently onto the back of the BMW of Daniel Alvarez. As around the outside of that number 62 GT4 car, that's the Brabham Esports powered by Eau Rouge machine, and again they have been thoroughly harassed all day. But as you said earlier on, David, that is just the nature of multi-class racing, and I suppose they become kind of used to it after what, probably the first two times.
Talking of two, there is number 2, which is the Simply Race Esports Audi. Ruby Nunez, Ryan Woodrow and Jamie Tatui, who I think was the start driver in that car. It is at the moment Ryan Woodrow, and that car is in 12th place right now. So the Simply Race Esports entry, doing a good job, being held up a little bit in traffic there as the Buchek McLaren gets in the way, but up towards the line now, through the traffic once more they come, and 11th and 12th those two run. as it enters the entry list, but 7:9 with Ignacy Bushek at the wheel. Turns out of Copse Corner with 37 minutes to go, or arguably 7 dry minutes to go if you prefer it that way. New fastest lap of the race as well, look, number 113 now has done the best lap. It's Tibor Chelukin at the wheel of the McLaren out of the F1 Means Racing Team stable, but that car has done the best lap of the race.
Certainly decided to set the timing sheets alight with just half an hour or just over half an hour left to go in this race, and possibly will be keeping that fastest lap of the race, because once that rain decides to fall, the lap times are going to absolutely crash through the floor. We'll be seeing those 157s and 156s drop to the best part of 2 minutes, and you can see in real time here now the lights starting to become more visible on these cars here as the dark clouds start to gather ominously over the skies here at Silverstone, as we're watching Renato Dornelles here for Vacuum Racing in 15th position, and just behind that is the 23 just in front of him, and that is the Clean Racing Finland's car of Matthias Serampa. Now we saw Mikko Ricola behind the wheel of that orange car about 10 minutes ago, so they've done their pit stop as well, being confirmed that it is very likely now to be raining all the way to the checkered flag. So for me, the question is the following: Luke Whitehead in the lead of this race ahead of Pavlo Polovchuk in second place there. With a gap of 10 seconds, that is still far too close for comfort, but also with the GT4s, it's a slightly different gap. They're a little bit further ahead because they've got, about 35 seconds there. The GT3s, I think, are going to want to play it by what the second place car is doing, but for Matteo Zampedri, I think you're fairly safe to get onto wet boots pretty much as and when you feel comfortable.
Yes, as long as that rain is going to be set in. I think if it's going to be heavy rain, yes, you're probably right, David, you are going to have to come in for wet tyres. You can't really afford to brave it out, but what you don't want to do is waste one pit stop and then with a handful of laps have to change again. But I think if it's as heavy as we're hearing, then it's going to give the circuit enough of a soaking to make it a wet road all the way to the very end. So yes, play it safe that way with the time in hand. What will be interesting is to see if anybody else rolls the dice, and you might find those drivers that are at pit in just as the heavens start to open bail early, and they'll be able to wet sooner than those that have, for example, just got into Copse Corner and have to do a whole lap on a worsening track surface.
I think the great thing as well for cars that are outside the top 10 at the moment is that they've got the freedom, the luxury to roll that dice, and they may be able to make some magnificent gains out of everything without worrying too much. Whereas if you're in the top 10, you're very likely going to be closely following the strategy of the cars around you, making sure that you've got everything covered. Either way, I mean, again, it just depends, as you said, on how quickly and how heavily this rain falls. What we were hearing behind the scenes was that it was supposed to start in the next sort of 5 minutes or so, and then increase in intensity over the next 10 minutes after that as well. So if it does go to that, that is almost certainly going to be very, very heavy rain conditions. We've got a yellow flag out at the moment. That is the number 62 car that brings out the yellow flag. That's the Brabham Esports powered by Eau Rouge GT4, and that's Milos Stamenkovic behind the wheel of that one. Now that's a very strange place to park the car. I get the feeling that might be a technical issue.
Could be, and it's had a spin coming out of Stowe and ended up with halfway down Vale into pit in. Battle on here. Now 27 has had another pit stop, hasn't it? So Franck Briat has taken it over and moves back ahead of Escalpine. So Briat taking over from Elie de Bond and doing another good job straight away, making places. We were talking earlier about that lead gap as well, 10.3 seconds. Well, it went to 9.5 and it's down to 9.4. This could be Luke Whitehead playing it safe, driving within himself, but the lead gap is coming down. So that's another one to monitor now with 33 minutes of the race to go.
Yeah, that was a whole 0.7 of a second faster from Pavlo Polovchuk on that last lap there, and of course it could have been a number of reasons. Might have been traffic, but I can't really see any traffic around Luke Whitehead's at the moment. He's got the 348 car just in front of him, but that is Glitch Motorsport and Andrea Catania, so that's a GT3 car just ahead of him. So I'm not really sure what the explanation is for losing 0.8 of a second that last lap by, though. But just over half an hour left to go, and again, I said this about an hour to go here, David, but you honestly get the feeling that this is now just poised on a knife edge, that whatever happens with the weather here, and it does look like it's going to start raining any second now, but whatever happens here is going to be absolutely pivotal.
Yeah, I would go along with that, and the team's very much hoping that they've got a driver that's good in the wet, in the car at the right time. That's the leader, that's Luke Whitehead. 2 laps are done, 32 minutes just under remain, and it is their race to lose. Luke Whitehead will be fully aware of that, and if he's been made aware that the weather conditions are set to change, he will be trying to consolidate this lead and then be ultra cautious once we get to the wetter final part of the race, and that is imminent. So the rain starts to come. There he is on slick tyres. Now, if he's going to bail at the end of the lap, he has got this corner, then Brooklands and the stadium to go, because Woodcote you can take at pit in. Those McLarens, though, look to stay out. That could be the wrong call. So 8.08 goes over the timing line, and that car is now Benker at the wheel of it. There's a little bit of contact there as they go into Cops Corner. But these two on slicks have got to tiptoe round for another lap, and that could be a bad decision.
It certainly could be, because the rain starts to lash down. Certainly it seems to come heavier at different parts of the circuit, just as it does in real life here, but this is through Maggots and Beckett's just now. I think Corbin Benkett is going to be under scrutiny for that little hip check coming through Cops Corner. Luke Whitehead confirmed to be staying out. We've also had confirmation it is going to be raining to the end, but that is heavy rain falling down here at Silverstone as the cars come down the back of the hangar straight towards Stowe Corner. Back watching Ryan Woodrow here for Simply Race Esports. But again, it's a case of surely we see the GT3s starting to go in. Buchek into the pits, Pellegrino into the pits, and surely enough is enough. It's got to be now or never.
I would have thought so, and I think Chelakin's fastest lap of the race is pretty much fixed now, isn't it? Because nobody's going to be able to go any better, even if it were to stop raining. So I'm surprised actually that the pace is as good as it is. People are still pushing, they're not tiptoeing, they're not really struggling. The GT4 cars, of course, persevere, and Michael Zampedri, who I think is glued into that car, he's been in it for a long time now, continues on his way. Though that car, I still think Michele Perella is yet to get into it. I might be proved wrong in that, but if Perella has driven it briefly, it was certainly brief. Ahead up the road, you can see, is the number 27 pole-winning McLaren, which has got from Briat behind the wheel, and interesting, no pit visitors out of that little clump of cars. They're all staying out. So although the rain looks heavy, well, I'm being slightly unfair, there are a lot of cars coming in, and one of them is Clay Sharon out of 5th place.
It's very interesting indeed. I'm watching
grid pouring into the pit lane.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It's Rafael Malio in, you've got Cody Sherritt in there, you've got Tecampo in, Frank Briat is staying out, Patrick Sorikai is in, Esker Peath is into the pit lane as well, you've got Ryan Woodrow. So a lot of these cars, I'll be honest, I'm saying right now, I think this was the right call. I think this was the lap to get in on those wet tyres. The last lap from Luke Whitehead last time by was a 1:59.062. We're watching Luke coming in here now. He's decided enough is enough as well. That's I think that's an inspired call from them. Let's see what the times are coming in. Yeah, 2:07, 2:06 is now. It's done. So again, David, I think this was absolutely the right call from these GT3 cars.
Well, certainly going on to wets is the right call. There is Polovchuk coming in as well out of 2nd place, number 15 McLaren then. So the Ukraine Digital Force car, Pavlo Polovchuk comes in. Others are still staying out though, so not everybody is convinced that they need wets.
But the issue with that is Bastian Richter though doing a 2:05.562, so again that's going to be about the times that the wet weather tyres can do, and the thing is he might be able to get maybe one more lap out of that, but I can't see. I think it's going to be about a 2:08 or a 2:09 for Bastian Richter next time by. Might be a stunning call from Unicorn to Love, but we'll wait and see. But that rain definitely looks like absolutely banging it down. This is your GT4 leader though, Matteo Zampedri here for Absolute Motorsports Isolith Racing in that 204 car just now. He's about 6 seconds behind his normal pace. You can see a car squirreling off in the background there as well. But again, just showed how tentatively and how gingerly these cars now having to drive around the track here at Silverstone. You don't want to touch the curb in these conditions. You don't want to touch that inside paint line. And again, I just cannot see how he can stay out and indeed into the pits.
Yeah, and he comes. But interestingly, we've not had carnage, have we? We've not looked at shot after shot of a car off the circuit, a car in the gravel, a car on the grass. They have been able to master the conditions very impressively over those last couple of laps. And yeah, one or two have tried to brave it out as long as they can. Inevitably, they're going to have to come in for wet tyres. That's what we're now seeing. But we didn't have a flurry of incidents and spins. And despite the fact the spray now being generated, I think driving standards there have been very, very impressive.
Have to agree, they've done supremely well in these very difficult conditions. It's always, it catches me by surprise that they're so well behaved in these conditions that they know instantly just to kind of back off a little bit and keep the car nice and safe. And realistically, again, 26 minutes, as that's a huge moment there for one of the McLarens just in front there. Oh my goodness me, that was an amazing save there. We've got a message from Race Control, incident between cars 10 and 349. It's a drive-through for the 349 for causing a collision. So that is VRM Racing, James de Havilland, Nepamcha and Philippe Moriera getting a drive-through penalty. Also noticing that 144 car, Team 1 FF, ASAP DE, Lewis Fleischer, Joshua Allen and Finn Litterscheid behind the wheel. Stop, go 30, and presumably that's going to be for speeding in pit lane.
This late in the race, errors like that should not be being made, shouldn't they? So there is the on-the-road leader, Bastian Richter. Now, did that car come in for wets most recently? I don't think it did it? So that's braving it out.
No, he's not.
That's the one pioneer. So Bastian Richter is hoping this is going to blow through, or at least that he is able to stay out, be brave, and try and buy a bit of time against the others. And there's a Ferrari that's had a spin by the look of it coming out of club and gets going again. So there, rejoining is Jose Alejandro Perez. Kicks off the line, that's good, lets everybody go past him. Now we are perhaps going to start to see incidents, and perversely it's because people are on wets and they think they can push.
Now here's an interesting thought for you at the moment. Marco Bischoff, who I believe is bedded in on his wet weather tyres, 211.022. Bastian Richter on his slick tyres, last time by, 210.6. I mean, I surely can't see Bastian Richter being able to hold out for this just now, but 29 seconds ahead of Luke Whitehead for Unicorn to Love, and oh my good lord, a power slide round the corner. David, I mean, this is right on the edge of control now for Bastian Richter, and I mean, fair play, he absolutely is in firm control of the car, but for how much longer?
Yeah, I mean, I would come in at the end of this lap now. The tipping point I would have thought had been reached, because now there's enough water on the road for the wet tyres to work better than the slicks, and that was a big moment, as you say. It was nearly off the scale, off the Richter scale, possibly for Bastian Richter, but he comes down towards Brooklands then and tiptoes his way through the left-hander, looking for the outside line, where quite often you find a little bit more grip, and then he gets hemmed in on the inside line at Luffield, and look, he's losing places there. The McLaren goes around the outside to unlap himself, so surely Bastian Richter, well, I was going to say, has to come in. He doesn't, he stays out, and that could now be the wrong call, couldn't it? Because even if he was lapping just fractionally quicker than the cars on the wet to lap ago, now that there's more water on the road, it's harder for the car to work.
Well, let's have a look at what happened there with a quick replay just now, and it's going to be a wild moment for the 114 here, colliding with a GT4 car, and we've seen that time and time again through the race here, and again, just miscommunication, and very, very unfortunate, as we're still watching Bastian Richter still trying to hold on here. Now, Litterscheid has come in for a stop-go 30, and I'm hoping to God that that is not another stop-go 30 that he has been given here. He's still staying on. I've got a horrible feeling that he's just been given another one.
Yeah, speeding potentially. So when it's not your day, it's not your day. It is another pit lane speeding offence we are understand, for number 144 then. So Finn Litterscheid's day just gets worse, does it not? And there is Bastian Richter. Look, how many cars are catching him and unlapping themselves? That's 808, which was penalised earlier. So the McLaren looking for a way to go through. And surely that's the realisation. If cars are unlapping themselves, you do not have the pace. Pit. Get the right tyres on rather than try and persevere. Having said that, it's a 20-second advantage with 22 minutes to go. If Bastian Richter is going to stay out, this is going to make for a really fascinating finish.
It is, because he lost about 7 seconds on that last lap alone. But as you said, there's only 22 minutes left to go here. So that was with that huge power slide as well. So if you take off maybe say 2-3 seconds for that, even if he was only losing 2-3 seconds a lap, that brings it a little bit too close for comfort in terms of how competitive that actually might be towards the end here. So we'll get an idea as Bastian Richter comes through the left-hander here and then towards the final corner through through Luffields and then through Woodcote. We'll see what he can do across the line here. But again, you can see that's the Clean Racing Finland's car, I think, just behind him, trying to get past. And that's a car that's down in about 15th position right now. So Bastian Richter does again a 2:14.785. I just can't see it. I cannot see how it's possible to hold that off.
No, I agree. I think the gap is plummeting like a lemming off a cliff. It is now down to 14 seconds, and it was about 20 seconds when we started the previous sentence. So, yeah, it's all unravelling, I'm afraid, for Richter. And now he's going to be forced into a difficult position, because if he stays out, he's a sitting duck. But if he comes in, he's going to lose the lead anyway. He's now between the rock and the hard place. He can't win, can he? Because he's losing time on the track, but he's going to lose even more time by coming in and pitting. So now, I'm afraid, proof is that it should have been done earlier.
Absolutely, I can only agree 100% with you on that one. The issue is now is that whatever time it's going to take for him to get into pits is going to be amplified because it's raining even heavier. It's going to take longer for those wet weather tyres to get any sort of heat in them whatsoever, as we see Fabrizio Campanella under intense harassment, intense pressure from Vincent Lindner, as we've just got 20 minutes left to go somehow. I don't know where this past 2 hours and 40 minutes has gone, but it feels now like a proper 20-minute sprint race with all of the action and drama that's going on just now as we go on board with Vincent Lindner.
You might get wet at Silverstone, but you also get good racing, and it is true enough here as you go on board down towards Cops. Look at the spray, turn into the corner, and again just run it out wide, a little bit more grip possibly on the outside line, accelerate on towards Maggots, that left-hand kink, and then into the Beckett's S's. And there, GT3 machinery zapped by left and right. The number 110 BMW just ahead. That car of Petrochenko, Alvarez and Muck trying to work its way up the order after earlier penalties. But we've got 19.5 minutes to go. And just look what a busy racetrack it is. A really crowded house ahead.
And that is your GT3 leader that is going to be coming into the pit lane. We'll keep an eye on that just now as Bastian Richter coming through club corner. Then surely it's got to be into pits. No, it's not. Bastian Richter still staying out. I mean, okay. Oh, no way. You are kidding me, David. Look at that again for the 144. There is no way that is another stop-go 30 pit lane. That's the third one in a row.
I think it's just time to park, isn't it? If it's being like that. And actually, if penalties are coming so quickly, then Finn Litterscheid, I think, is just taking the mickey, isn't he? Because he's clearly not caring. He's just blasting through almost now in a, well, I don't care sort of attitude. So if that is a third, I rather fear for what he's doing behind the wheel. Whereas if it's an error, well, okay, from race control, that will get sorted subsequently. There, not seeing much of it, is the sole GT4 Mercedes AMG, this car of Toby Error, Benny Benson and Tom Ivner. That car coming out of Luffield, pressing on. And that car 48th overall, but it kept out of trouble and it soldiered on for the afternoon as others cope with the wet now.
And the rain absolutely lamping down. Miserable conditions here as drive-through penalties come through thick and fast. Vincent Lindner gets a drive-through penalty, as well as Lucas Foyt gets a drive-through penalty in the 16 down there in 38th place overall, which is round about 12 in the GT4. We've got messages coming up which will confirm that. Incidents between cars 501 and 787 on lap 50. That's a 15-second time penalty for the 87 for causing a collision. So Vincent Lindner in to serve his drive-through penalty. Kuldashev has got a drive-through penalty as well, as Litterscheid is into the pit lane. I've got a feeling, David, you're absolutely right. I think that car is going straight into the bin, and the rain absolutely heaving it down now.
So Richter is 2 seconds ahead now. So number 14 just hanging on to the lead, as you see there, Luke Addison go through. But Bastian Richter is going to lose the lead on this lap, I would have thought, because Luke Whitehead on the right tyres for the conditions now is reeling him in. It's like sitting on a canal bank with your fishing rod, going for the biggest fish you can find, and it's just there saying, take me, take me. Bastian Richter is going to be powerless to do anything, and he's still got 17 minutes to go. The question now will be, how far down the order will Richter drop? Luke Addison, in the meantime, hanging on to position. There is Luke Whitehead then. He's now 1.018 seconds back, and the lead change is about to happen, isn't it? Coming out of the Beckett's S's, Bastian Richter really struggling now and ruining the fact that they didn't come in and change tyres. It's going to happen coming onto Hanger Straight. Watch this.
I wonder if it's even going to take to Hanger Straight right now, because it's on the exit of Maggots and Beckett's like candy from a baby. To be fair to Bastian Richter, I mean, you know, full marks for trying, but at which point you've got to just throw in the towel. It's done, it's dusted. Luke Whitehead takes the lead, and Bastian Richter, I think, is going to be very, very lucky to stay anywhere inside the top 8, given the amount of time that's going to cost. In fact, top 10 might not even be on the cards for Unicorns of Love. That's a huge shame, but with 15 minutes, just over 15 minutes left to go, this is looking very, very positive for Veloci Vext right now. And of course, going back to the GT4s, looking very good for Michel Pereira in that 204 Alpine right now, with what is the best part of about 48 seconds gap.
So the next one to watch is going to be the third place rather, McLaren, and see how long it is before it can catch up to Bastian Richter now. So Richter in the Unicorns of Love Lamborghini is, as we've been saying, going to hemorrhage more places before the end. 15 more minutes of the race to go, and so number 55 Lamborghini takes the lead again outright. Then Michele Perella into 204, and another car off the road, 66 that is, set to rejoin. A little grassy moment for Renato Dornell, but the Ferrari back on track, and actually that could have been a whole lot worse. Get on wet grass, quite often you are a passenger, and the results are damaging. So it is number 15 McLaren then, with Dominic Koroshavin behind the wheel, but he's now going after Bastian Richter, and 7.5 seconds. He'll do that within a couple of laps, I would have thought.
I'm going to be honest, I'm absolutely devastated to see that the SDL esports.com Logitech G GT3 car, the 27 car, that is currently being driven by Tommy Rozier, Frank Briat and Ellie Debons, after all their work. It's a drive-through penalty. I'm sure we'll get that confirmed by race control. I've not seen anything on that, so that might have been an automatically assigned penalty for breaching track limits. But Frank Briat then, after all that hard work that they've done, that's going to almost certainly drop them outside the top 15 for sure, as Dominic Koroshavin there for Ukraine Digiforce makes his way through in that number 15 car, through one of the GT4 cars. And again, thoroughly miserable conditions, but you've got to say now, David, at least it's consistent conditions, and it looks like it's going to be staying at this level of rain and this intensity of rain for the remainder of the race. The other thing I'm surprised at is Bastian Richter is still only 8 seconds off of the leader right now.
Yeah, he's done a manful job. I mean, it is sort of not his fault that it's on the wrong tyres. If the team have said no, stay out, they've rolled the dice, then he's done the right thing by adhering to the team. And like I say, now, if he were to pit, he'd lose lots and lots of places. So if he can try and stay out there for 13.5 more minutes, well, you know, he might salvage something out of the race. So it was worth a punt, wasn't it? And it hasn't worked, but there's no guarantee that they would have been fighting for that position anyway had they not rolled the dice. But impressive for me is the fact that he's not made any mistakes. You know, the conditions have not been ideal for him. There's a big slide from the number 110 BMW of Alvarez coming up towards Woodcote, whereas Richter, on his slicks, hasn't been off the road. He has coped with the conditions and the tyre choice admirably. I think he deserves credit for it.
Absolutely. I mean, he is, about 6 seconds a lap slower than the rest of the field that are on the wet weather tyres. But as we saw from what you were just saying there, even the drivers on the wet weather tyres, you're not guaranteed to be able to do that. So we've got a yellow flag just coming back out with the GT4s. I think that was the 125 that brought that out there. You can see it just on the left-hander there. But yeah, as you said there, David, it thoroughly deserves the credit for it. You pay your money, you take your chances.
Going back to a point I made a little while ago about the drivers on wet, it's that sort of mind game that makes them think, right, okay, I'm on wet tyres now, that means I can push. And actually, that almost puts you into more strife. You've got to still respect the conditions, even if you're on a wet tyre. Yes, it might give you a little bit more grip, but only when you've got them up to temperature. It isn't an absolute carte blanche to suddenly become a four-wheel drive car, for example. And I think that's why you're seeing those drivers being caught out, whereas those on slicks are still being so careful because they know that the track can bite them at any opportunity.
Exactly.
Second look, Karashanen has gone pie, Richter down into third place, so how far is he going to drop? 12 minutes and counting.
Not that long left, so Richter trying to hold on very, very desperately as we see Tim Schafer here for RNL Roar. They have had a race to forget as well. Decent performance to get back into the top 10 though. It could have been very, very different for them, caught up in collisions and through other drivers' drama just now. But here is Bastian Richter then, sawing off, I can only imagine sawing that wheel left to right, trying to keep any sort of traction and heat behind the wheel of that Unicorns of Love car. And realistically, I think it's not unreasonable to think that he can potentially maybe stay in the top 5 right now. I think that's what that's definitely easy. That's what, 40 seconds, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I think that is doable, and the way that Richter has driven confidently in these conditions has been impressive. So yeah, I think that is eminently doable. You're right about the effort being put in. I mean, this is going to be an absolute stint from hell in terms of the concentration. So patient he's got to be with the throttle. Come out of a corner, gently apply it. Don't do it halfway around a corner because you can force the car to break away. So he's got to be so patient, and these laps will be feeling so long. It will be unreal, but yet he's still heading for, at the moment, third place. We'll see where he finishes. 10 more minutes, and they're going to be a very long 10 minutes for Bastian Richter, aren't they?
I think they're going to feel like an absolute 3-hour race all to himself, these final 10 minutes for sure. The other thing with this little Corsa Competizione is that it's all about the tyre pressures and the heat that stays in those tyres. The curbs, for example, are an absolute no-go if you're on slick weather tyres, especially those sausage curbs, because they affect the tyre pressure. They can knock tyre pressure out of your car, which then immediately takes a little bit of heat out of the car as well, a little bit of heat out of the tyres, and then it's a vicious circle. It goes down and down and down, and eventually you end up having to jump into the pits anyway. But yeah, he's done a stellar job there, down in third position. And Marco Bischoff as well on the recovery drive there, having that drive-through penalty for the 7174 track limits about 10 laps ago though. So this last hour of the race really has had everything we could have possibly wanted to see. It's had intrigue, it's had drama, it's had a little bit of strategy change as well, but maybe no surprises to see Luke Whitehead rising to the top there for Veloci Vex. They've had a really good run today. They've not had it all their own way, they've had to fight for a lot of it, but I think the dice has maybe just landed in their lap today.
But if you can find me a race with mixed weather conditions that has not given drama, then I'll be amazed. But it was for good reason that Bernie Eccleston, with his tongue slightly in his cheek years ago, suggested putting sprinklers at certain circuits, because you make bits of a circuit wet or bits of a race wet, it always produces drama, because of course there's that grip factor in a race like this. There's a strategy of when to pit and how drivers are going to cope with the conditions. But a wet, dry race, for me, I think is just the ideal weather condition, because it throws so much more into the mix that a purely dry race would not have done. And this race has been much the better for the weather conditions, in my opinion. Teams may argue, drivers may hate me for saying it, but there's my thought.
No, I have to agree again on that one, just because in those situations, if you get a dry race, it's one thing. If you get a wet race, it's another thing, and the drivers can prepare mentally for that, ahead of time. Whereas with this, it changes so very, very quickly that God knows what's happening. I mean, there's the skies looking like it's starting to get a bit brighter and starting to clear up, but again, we know that that rain is here for the remainder. But again, at what intensity? Is it going to stay this heavy until the end? There's Rui Nunes here for Simply Race Esports, all over the back of that 799 McLaren right now. RCI Esports GT3 of Jordan Daly having to pay all his dues right now and work really, really hard just to stay in the top 10. 7 minutes left to go here. I get the feeling that this one is going to go right down to the wire.
Yeah, and in a sense, that just again shows how well the BOP has worked, because those two have been at play for most of the race, haven't we? Most times we've looked, those two have been having a battle, certainly for the last hour, and they're still tied together, as the McLarens here are fighting as well. It's coming out of Stowe in 19th and 20th, Chelukin versus Pellegrino. Tell you what, it's McLaren versus Ferrari in that battle pack, isn't it? 348 is the Ferrari and Pellegrino trying to get up the inside at Club Corner. That's another part of the circuit where you've got to be so patient, because if you get on the throttle too soon, the back just wags away and you can have quite an off coming out of that. So for the moment, Chelukin hangs onto the pace. Of course, the problem now on a wet road is that if you want to overtake, you've got to go offline, and that is where there's more water, less grip, and it becomes an even more difficult task.
And it always makes me ask the question as well, at what point is enough enough? At what point do you think, right, yeah, I'd like a position, but actually we're not gonna chance it, we're not gonna fight all that hard for it? Because, you know, I think if you're within a second of the car in front, absolutely. And if you're catching the car in front, you know, hand over fist, then fair enough. But there has to be, I think, a certain point where mentally within, say, 15 minutes of the end of the race, you have to say, right, okay, for the most part, we're going to take 5th position, say, and just secure it on going home. Whereas sometimes I think you see a lot of drivers that just don't know when to say when and get caught out being a little bit too greedy in these closing stages of the race here, David.
I think part of the answer, David, comes as to who that remark is addressed at. If it's an AM who's paying the bills, they might decide discretion better part of valour. If you're a manufacturer paid pro, whether it's in esports or real world racing, your job is to deliver the best result possible for that manufacturer. And if that means still pressing on to the very end to gain another place, then I think you have to go for it, unless the team tell you otherwise. If the team say, okay, let's settle for 4th, all right, you do it. But otherwise, I think you push on and you push on and you push on. It always used to be a talking point in the real world Nürburgring 24 hours that drivers would be, for the manufacturers, they'd have their lap times analysed at the end of the race. And you couldn't go and say, well, yeah, I know I was 4 seconds slower in that sector, but there was a slow Vauxhall Astra in the way, so I just sat behind it. Your job is to go absolutely flat out, leave nothing on the table. That's what manufacturer drivers have got to do. So I think that, again, is part of the answer. You've got to fit the answer to where you stand as a driver, AM or pro, and who pays the bills as well.
Well, of course, it's a coincidental thing to bring that up, of course, David, because of course this time next year we could be indeed commentating on the Nordschleife here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Just been announced over the past week or so that the Nordschleife coming to ACC, and I'm so beyond hyped for that.
Well, look, as long as ACC can bring the Weiss beer with it that we can drink during the broadcast, I'm in, because that's another part of being at the Nürburgring. So 717 we're looking at right now. This is the car in 4th place, which in other words is going after Richter. So 717 has now got Marco Bischoff at the wheel, and it is coming onto Hamilton Straight as out of Abbey goes Bastian Richter. So it's quite a big gap. We're looking at around 13 seconds or so, and with 4 minutes to go, Richter might just be able to hang on to this, you know, because we're looking at probably only a couple more laps.
I think it's going to be touch and go, because it's going to be about 8 seconds a lap that Bastian Richter is losing out to Marco Bischoff just now, and with what, maybe I think we're going to get 3 laps maybe here, maybe 2 laps actually left to go in this race, because we're over 2 minutes a lap here. So again, it's going to all come down to the leader. It's going to come across to when Whitehead goes across. If we've got three laps to go, I think Bastian Richter is going to be dead in the water. But you know, fair play to him. What an effort that's been for staying out in these conditions on those slick tyres. Hats off to him. This has been stellar gamble.
Yeah. Look, even if you only quotes. You can't see my inverted quotes, but if he finishes fourth, that's still a good result. I think that's a great effort. So let's see what happens in the end. Luke Whitehead, in the meantime, though, just has to tick off the laps and keep out of trouble. He's got a big enough margin over the opposition not to have to worry. This is how wet it is coming up through Village. Spray everywhere, cars everywhere as well.
And with just 3 minutes left to go, a lot of drivers, a lot of teams, a lot of spectators as well, keeping their eye on the clock. And we've got 3 wides coming down the Wellington Straight, because of course we do. You remember that conversation we had about driver preservation and car conservation out of the window, because we've got Thomas Jack fighting side by side with the number 2 car there. That is Nunes, that is still trying to desperately hold on to that 11th position here. Unbelievable action as we've got 2.5 minutes left to go. Can Nunes hold on for the Simply Race Audi? That is going to be the question here. The McLaren does look to have the pace right now, but again, certainly no question whatsoever of anybody deciding that is enough here. Thomas Jack absolutely wants that position, and he's certainly going to try and rip it from the clutches of Nunes right now.
You've had your answer, haven't you? When is it time to give up? When the checker flag falls. Because Nunes there still fighting and getting himself up into 11th place, and actually could gain 10th, because he's not that far away from 799, is he? Which is the next target for him, that car being driven by Jordan Daly. So there's a place in the top 10 at stake here before the very end, as Luke Whitehead then makes the run down to the exit now of Vale. Fights the car through Club Corner onto the power, makes it out the other side. Sorry, back it's onto Hanger Straight. Goes out the other side, and with a minute and a half to go, might just squeeze one more lap in at the end of this, but he doesn't need to. He can back off really and try and time this to perfection.
Yeah, 14 seconds he's got over second place at the moment. Dominic Koroshavin in that McLaren again. Another brilliant effort from that Ukraine Digital Force Car Racing on behalf of DC Sim Racing just now. But I think you're right, I think it's going to be another lap, in which case it's going to be way too close to call. In fact, Bastian Richter might already have lost it. I think he has. Marco Bischoff is going to take it through Maggots and Beckett. It was a spirited defence, but it's a damn fine finish though still for Bastian Richter. He cannot take anything away from that one. He'll finish in 4th position, and we count down the corners now, because I think, as I said, Luke Whitehead going to come across the line to start one more lap. We'll wait and see, because he's going to have a little bit of GT4 traffic in the way. 30 seconds left to go. I think it's going to be very, very nip and tuck. Do you think he'll maybe let off? I can't see Luke doing that. He's down the Wellington Straight they come. Sorry, David, you were saying.
He's pressing on. He doesn't want to get caught, but it is going to be marginal as to whether he can get another lap. No, I think he's going to have to see. We'll see.
Excellent stuff. So round the final corner then comes Luke Whitehead. And 3 seconds to go. That's going to be it. It's going to surely be all over. The checker flag is going to fly. Round 1. Luke Whitehead wins for Veloci Vexed Racing. A stunning performance, and they are going to be very, very happy with that one. Dominic Koroshavin going to come across the line for 2nd place in that Ukraine Digiforce car in the number 15 car. Congratulations to Dominic Koroshavin, Pavlo Polovchuk and Konstantin Romanenko. And then in 3rd position, as we see Chico Ledvier going across the line there, but Marco Bischoff is going to come across the line to take 3rd position for the 717 Sprout Esports team, of course sharing that car with Henrik Gamble and Noah Azar. For Low Fuel Motorsports, LFM getting a 3rd place today. And then we turn our attention to the GT4s, where it is obviously going to be Michel Pereira, who is going to come across the line very shortly to win for the 204 team. That is the Absolute Motorsport Acelith team, sharing the car with Michael Romagnoli and Mattia Zampedri, racing for QRT Esports round that final corner, and it's a GT4 win for that 204 team. They've absolutely set that alight today. under the weather, you've got to say, for virtual drivers by TX3. They've snuck this one in. It's been a brilliant race for Jack Olivier, Lucas Congratel and Maxime Chassé racing on behalf of the Sim Zone. They've just got another couple of corners to go. A little bit of a power slide round club corner. Keep it on the black stuff. It's absolutely fine. Lucas Congratel, I think this is deliberate, to be fair. I think this is just showboating now from the little Alpine. Second place. And again, they are going to be very happy with that one. And then in third position, RCI Esports GT4 team, Christopher Streppen, Philippe Breha and Martin Laurent for BC Sim Racing will come across the line to make it 1, 2, 3 for the GT4s. But a fantastic race, David. Thoroughly enjoyable from start to finish. And yeah, really enjoyed almost every moment of that.
Yeah, I mean, the weather certainly helped, but with such a big entry and a quality entry, I think we were guaranteed some good racing, weren't we? But it does show partly the good drivers, the good teams for making the right strategy call, and fair play to the drivers for coping with those conditions, because I think we had probably a bit more drama in the first downpour than the second. Maybe that taught them a few lessons, but that second downpour at the very end of the race affected the result, but it affected it by tyre choice and driving. It didn't affect it hugely by people making mistakes and going off the road, did it?
No, exactly. And it was just such a fantastic, enjoyable race. I think it had everything we could have wanted for this opening round of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. Really, really looking forward to round 2 in just a couple of weeks' time. We've got some of the drivers heading into to have a chat with us. But David, again, I just want to extend my huge thank you to yourself for bearing with us and trying your best despite all of your connection issues. Really, really enjoyed that race, and it was a privilege to share the box with you.
Likewise.
Excellent stuff.
It's been great fun, David. It's been very good to work with you. Thank you very much.
I love, literally, just as we're talking about your connection issues, it does decide to start playing up again. But yeah, no, it's been, honestly, it's been my pleasure here as well, and really, really looking forward to having a chat with some of the drivers. We've got obviously Aidan Walsingham as well as Luke Whitehead and Grantis Caracas waiting to have a chat with us just now. Again, we'll get them in and have a word with them. But I think it's safe to say Veloci, they really put everything into it, and I think that the everything that could have went their way absolutely went their way as well, and really, really enjoyed that. So what we're going to do for the moment is, it's very, very late. I believe it's 25 past midnight for David Addison. So we'll say goodbye to you for just now, David. We'll let you get some beauty sleep, and we'll see you on the broadcast tomorrow at Macau.
Thank you very much. Look forward to that. Get some sleep, and thank you for having me for what's been a very enjoyable race. So connection issues aside, it's been great fun. See you next time.
Excellent stuff. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. David Addison has left the building to get some beauty sleep because he damn deserves it. He's off to commentate on Macau in the morning. Go and check that out. Right, let's go and see if we can have a word with our race winners then. Of course, that is going to be the 55 Veloci Vex team of Aidan Walsingham, Grantis Caracas and Luke Whitehead. Aidan, Luke and Grantis, good afternoon, guys. That was a damn fine race. Congratulations on the win. Who is coming to speak with me first?
Luke speaks enough. I think Luke should speak.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So what we call that is Luke has been thrown under the bus royally. There.
It's called bullying. That's what you're hearing here.
He loves it.
Yeah.
That's, well, I'm not even going to ask on that one. Right, guys, firstly then, Luke, we'll come to yourself. You are the group spokesman, obviously, on this one. That was a damn fine race, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, first off, good evening, everyone. Hope you're doing, or good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, quite a good race. The boys did a really good job, and I'm sad to say I missed the first half because I was doing a kart race. So I've been very busy boy today. But yeah, hopped in, blisters on my hands, pain in my ribs, but yeah, did the job. And the team, I mean, Aidan and Grantis had done a huge first couple of stints, and got the gap out enough for me to chill. So it was, those guys did an amazing job, and yeah, couldn't be proud of the team. It was a really good result.
No, obviously, it was very stressful with the changeable conditions. That first sort of round of pit stops there, you guys made up a lot of time jumping into the pits when you did. Whose idea was that?
I think me and Grantas both like tossed it up for several laps, but we saw how long the rain window was. We saw some of it was medium rain and thought there's no way staying out on dries is going to be faster than just dipping in, taking wets for a bit, and then switching back to slicks later. So yeah, we just embraced it, went for it, and the strategy worked out perfectly for us in the end. I see some other people did like very similar. They took wets but didn't change driver, and then that kicked them later when they had to take like, I think some people had to make extra pit stops in the end. It all got a bit weird after that.
And obviously, we're the part of the main focus of this entire event, the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals, is onto the communities that we're all representing. You guys out there representing SOP Motorsport. What's the connection between Veloci and SOP?
Yes, I mean, obviously we entered that SOP championship, the qualifiers. Obviously, I'm pretty good with the SOP guys as well. I know them quite well. So we decided to enter it, and the season wasn't the best for us. We got quite unlucky, but we got one of those GT3 slots crucially, and obviously representing them is amazing. It's good for them to be up the front as well. But yeah, I mean, it's a team effort, and obviously we're representing them as well because of the championship. So yeah, it's a cool opportunity, definitely a cool concept, and I hope SRP are happy with the result.
I can't imagine that they're going to be unhappy with that one. It was a stellar performance, guys. Listen, anybody that you want to say thank you at all, or anybody you want to give a shout out to today?
Go on, Grantas can cover this bit. Go on, mate.
Yeah, I want to thank my team and my teammates for driving really well today, and yeah, hopefully we can continue like driving like this for the future rounds in this championship.
Fabulous stuff. Well, listen, Luke Whitehead, Grantas Caracas, Aidan Walsingham, Veloci VXT, racing on behalf of SOP. Congratulations, and we'll see you in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one. Thank you.
So there we go then, a very happy Veloci Vex team there, and sharing their thoughts with us. But now we get to turn our attention to our wonderful GT4 winners. That is, of course, the 204 team, the Absolute Motorsport Acelith Pro GT4 team, racing on behalf of, or under the flag of, QRT Esports. Michael Romagnoli, Michelle Perella, and Matteo Zampedri. And we have got Matteo Zampedri and Michelle Perea here with us just now. Welcome aboard, guys. A fantastic race here. Matteo, we'll talk to yourself first here. What was that like out in the GT4s? Because you were just constantly swarmed with GT3 cars.
Yes, the GT4 cars are slow than the GT3, but are very well driven. Because they are more heavy, but today we do a great job with our teammates.
And Michelle, obviously you jumped into the car halfway through as well. Very changeable conditions out there, and coming across the line at the end, you must have been relieved to get that race win.
Yeah. Definitely was a relief, considering that the last 30 minutes were quite chaotic because there were other GT4s that were a lap down, and also were all the GT3s coming from behind. But because of the spray, the water sprays, I wasn't able to see really that well in the rear view mirror, so wasn't really that easy. But in the end, it was really a great team win.
And obviously, on behalf of QRT Esports, I think they're going to be very pleased with the performance that their community drivers put in today.
Yeah. I'm quite happy. I'm really quite happy to have their name on the car and to get this win for them. And also, it's really a great start for the championship.
Certainly is, which we move on in 2 weeks' time. But Michelle, just finally, do you have anybody that you want to say thanks to or give a shout out to at all?
For sure to my other teammate Michael, which wasn't able to come here. He had something to do. But also to the team, to Absolute Motorsport, to Restek, because thanks to them, I mean, it was really, as I said, really a team win. It was really good team win.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, congratulations to everybody involved on board with the 204 car, and we'll see you in 2 weeks' time.
Thanks to you.
Excellent.
Bye-bye.
Excellent stuff. So there we go then. That is the absolute most winning, raising the banner for QRT Esports in that GT4 class. And well, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. The GT3 class, GT4 class, we've been absolutely spoiled to a banging opening rounds of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. We do it all again in 2 weeks' time, where we are doing a 6-hour race. Keep an eye out for the social media posts, because we will be doing a map vote, a track vote, in which you can help decide what track we are going to be racing in just 2 weeks' time. On behalf of myself, though, David Christie and David Addison, who has been joining us throughout the course of the day today, and on behalf of the amazing production team here behind the scenes at the SimGrid, on behalf of everyone at VCO as well, a huge thank you to yourselves out there for watching us here today. Make sure you like us and follow us on all the relevant social media channels. But that's it from us. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time for the 6-hour race and more from the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. Take care.